Councilors, you make your way to the dais, please. I'd like to welcome everybody out to the Town Council meeting. It is November 16th, 2023. And at this moment in time, can we do the roll call, please?
Councilors: Atzlis.
Here.
Clark.
Here.
Cullum.
Here.
Cusack.
Present.
Rapcorsetti.
Present.
Levesque.
Here.
Ludke.
Here.
Mendez. Neary.
Here.
Schnepp.
Here.
Shaughnessy.
Here.
Starr. Steinhilber.
Here.
We're missing two. But we have quorum.
Thank you very much. If we can all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, and please remain standing for the moment of silence. Thank you very much. You can all be seated. At this moment in time, I would like to recognize the 6 councilors that we'll be moving on and give thanks and recognize their service to our community. So at this moment in time, if I could please, if you could come up here and stand in the front, Councilor Rapcorsetti, Councilor Cusack, Madam Vice President Jen Cullum, Eric Steinhilber, Tracy Shaughnessy, Councilor Shaughnessy, excuse me, and Councilor Nicholas Atzlis, please. So how this is going to work, what we're going to do is I'm going to give the awards, and again, I want to give an opportunity for them to be presented the award, and then we're going to go back to the dais and give them an opportunity if they like to say something, and then after that, there'll be council response to if anybody else like to participate and speak on about another councilor. So with that, I would like to recognize Councilor Rapcorsetti and for 12 years of service. Councilor Rapcorsetti was vice president for 2 years, 2013, 14, and then president, right, from 14, no, vice president 12, 13, president 14, 15, 16, and the vice president again in 2020. So obviously a lot of years of service, no stranger to these here parts, and so thank you very much, Councilor Rapcorsetti, for your service. Stand here as well. Actually, stay here, because then you can all get a picture together with your awards. Director Poyant was giving me the look there. So with that, at this point in time, I'd like to also recognize another councilor that has put in 12 years of service, and I had the honor to work with her this past year as vice president. So at this point in time, I'd just like to recognize Madam Vice President Jennifer Cullum, Town Councilor, Precinct 13. At this moment, I'd like to recognize a gentleman who did 10 years of service on the Barnstable Town Council and was vice president for 2016, and then was president for 2017 and 2018, and that would be Councilor Eric Steinhilber. I'd like to recognize Councilor Tracy Shaughnessy from Precinct 9 for 4 years of service as town councilor. And Councilor Nicholas Atzelis for 3 years of service as town councilor of Precinct 4. And the last but certainly not least, for 1 year of service, Councilor Paul Cusack. So with that, if you can just pose for a photo real quick, and I'm sure this will be on the E! News on Friday. And if we could all just return to our seats, and I just want to give an opportunity for all the councilors to give a word. Thank you. Any councilor to my right that would like to, Councilor Cusack, want to kick us off?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the Town Council. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve with you, and congratulations to the new folks elected to this Town Council. Continue on with the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I think you kind of have to. Councilor Rapkasetti, please.
Yeah, right. Well, first off, I'd like to thank my family for the 12 years. It's my husband won't have to eat alone on Thursday nights or other nights, and I also want to thank my family for supporting me in my endeavors here on the council, and to thank all of my constituents and the town of Barnstable. We live in a great community, and we are served by many outstanding people, not only on the council, but the volunteer boards and the staff. Everybody in the town of Barnstable really helps to make this place a great place. And I hope that I'm leaving a legacy of some civility on the council, and I hope the new councilors will continue that manner of service. And I encourage you all to stay involved, because this is your town of Barnstable, and what you say and what you bring to the town of Barnstable makes a big difference. It's not just us up here. We're here to serve our constituents, and I really appreciate everybody over the years supporting me, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rapkasetti.
So I'll just say thank you to my family for sure, and I'm thankful for the wings that this job gave me, getting my MPA, getting my new job, and it's really given me an opportunity to see things in a different light. I think it's a very unique position up here. My advice is don't be dissuaded when 50% of the people are angry with you at all times. It means you're doing your job, and that's kind of the way it rolls. It's a difficult job, and but I think it makes us stronger as a town to have 13 of us up here, all with different opinions, honing what we call home to be what we want it to be. But I've seen a lot of change up here. I've made some great friends. I've lost some friends, which is fine. But I've made some really great friends that I'm really looking forward to staying in touch with in the coming years. So it's been a good ride, and on to school committee. Thank you.
Thank you. You're definitely not done yet. Anyone else? Councilor Steinhubel, please.
I'll be brief. I don't want my last meeting to go till midnight. So 10 years, it feels like longer. I'm not sure if that's good or bad, but yeah, it was because of Jen. It was a long 10 years. But yeah, I just want to thank all the councilors I've served with. I think if I counted right, it's been 26 different town councilors in my time. 2 town managers, so we've seen a lot of change in the last 10 years. And I remember coming in 10 years ago and, the town had kind of stagnated in a lot of respects. And we had a new team coming in and a lot of new staff coming in, and we really rolled up our sleeves and tackled big issues that previous councils, I think, didn't really want to, and other administrations didn't want to, but we got some great stuff done. So I'll always remember that. And it's my hometown. It's where I grew up. I'm not going anywhere, so I'll still be around. And but again, I want to thank all the councilors I've served with and all the staff over the years. Town Manager Els and the entire staff. I won't name names because I don't want to leave anyone out, but we have a tremendous staff. I mean, really, kind of across the state, you're not going to find a better staff across the board. So hats off to all of you as well. Appreciate it all the time, and I'll be seeing you.
Thank you. Councilor Shaughnessy?
Well, I think this is a little premature since I've just learned I have to remain seated until the recount happens. Just kidding. It's been a pleasure to serve my hometown for 4 years. I'm really thankful to the staff. I would second Councilor Steinhilber's comments and say we have an amazing staff here in the town of Barnstable. And I also want to thank all my fellow councilors that have served with me, mentored me, advised me. It means a lot. And it's been an interesting 4 years as we came into office and spent the majority of the first 2 years remote, which was certainly not the norm. But I also thank the residents of Precinct 9 for electing me. And I know they're going to be in good hands with Mr. Bloom. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shaughnessy. Last but certainly not least.
I'm used to being last, being the youngest in my family. So I want to first thank the residents of Precinct 4 for electing me 3 years ago. It was a tumultuous time. It was during COVID. It was rather odd for me approaching people's doors with a mask on and not having the police called on me or worse, or dogs sicked on me and such. But I appreciate the residents of Precinct 4 for tolerating me during that first campaign and for the opportunity to serve them for 3 years. The gentleman following me, he'll do a great job, I'm sure. He's got a lot of experience in the town and service to the community. So I hope you all welcome future Councilor Tamish with open arms. To my fellow councilors, some of you I knew for years before I got on the dais with you, and we've been friends and will remain friends, and I've certainly made some new ones. I enjoyed serving with each and every one of you. On occasion, I think we might have had a disagreement or two between some of us, but at the end of the day, we're all here for the same purpose, which is to serve not just our precinct, but the entire town of Barnstable. And I learned a lot from everybody up here. I appreciate them. I appreciate the staff, everyone that I interacted with. Again, you think you know how this town runs from the outside looking in. When you get on this side of the dais, you learn a lot, and you learn that the town does a lot of things right. There's some areas for improvement, but it's not as bad as you might think. So I appreciate everybody. Thank you, and looking forward to the last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Aslis. And at this point in time, I'd just like to offer a moment if any of the other councilors would like to share anything in honor of their fellow councilors. Councilor Schnapp, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to give just a brief piece of legacy that each of you have given me in your either 6 years with me or even just 1 year on the council. And I'd like to start with Eric. I came on this council when you were president, and it was a time where there were a lot of possibilities, and the project over at, what it's called now, the Landing, was a big initiative that, took a lot of vision to move forward. And the importance that to maintain our level of services here in the town of Barnstable, we do need to have new growth dollars. And although sometimes I chafe at that, I know that there's a lot of truth to that, so thank you. Jen, I want to thank you for always kind of pushing the boundaries and seeing the possibilities of all of those who live in our community. And your vision, and I believe you worked with Deb Dogwan on making the Youth Commission a reality, was just a wonderful brainstorm. And we couldn't have a better way for our youth to have a voice in our community. And I will retain your passion for making sure we reach out to all who live here and making sure they have a voice. Well, thank you. And Jessica, I know this is going to sound not as exciting as some other things I've said, but you have really honed in on the importance of our infrastructure and transportation and making sure that all levels of government, whether it's what we can do locally or at the state or federal level, that we're attending to the ways that people get around this town and safely. I see the impact that you've had, whether it's in the village or on our main highways, and I thank you for your attention to that detail. So thank you. Nick, I wanted to thank you for, and I really believe your dedication to your constituents is unsurpassed in many ways. And you took on an issue when you came onto this council that was a big deal for a lot of folks, which was cell phone towers and wireless grants of location. And you kind of made sure that we kept the eye and that staff created regulations for that. So thank you for that attention. Tracy, you bring a passion for the seniors in our community, your service both in your private life, but also with the Council of Aging is really amazing and admirable, and I hope that we never lose sight of how important our seniors are in our community. So thank you. And also your time we shared on the appointments committee, I really valued your wisdom and approach to the work that we had to do there. So thank you. And Paul, even though it's been a very short time, I can't say enough about how much you brought a deep level of curiosity and thoughtfulness to your role here. And even though you might not have said a lot in your first few meetings, I know you were soaking it all in. And when you did speak, it came from a place of great, you brought it all together and really made an impact. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Schnapp. Anybody else? Looking to my left. Back to my right. Anyone? Councilor Clark, please.
Thank you very much, President Levesque. And thank you to all the exiting councilors. Thank you for your time and doing more than your share of civic duty for our town, often at the cost of intrusion on your personal lives. So thank you for all your wisdom and and I've learned a lot through all of your experiences. Thanks again, and we hope you're not going far. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Clark. Councilor Neary, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick mention. You look back and realize that the councilors that are leaving represent really a tremendous institutional knowledge of the town and its operation, and they'll be missed. When you do a little bit of math, it's over 40 years up here, 4 decades of service, sitting up here at the dais. When many of them came, they were strangers, and through the years, you realize that they're really great people, and they've become friends. And I look forward to the time we spend after this, and I'll be just a pinch jealous, maybe a little bit more, about the extra time off. And the job that can sometimes bring you some sleepless nights, but the pay is fantastic, so we all got to keep that in mind, and really appreciate it. And again, thank you all, really, thank you all for your service. It's a fantastic group of people here.
Thank you, Councilor Neary. Councilor Lucky, please.
Yeah, I came in when Paul came in. We came in at the end of people who had left early, so we both had the 1 year.
So this has been a great learning experience for me, and I really echo, I love what Paula did, where she highlighted some things. So it's been an honor, and I like the continuum of this, even though people are leaving, new people have been elected and are coming in. And the continuum piece, I think, is what's incredible, that the body continues and the structure is here. And, you know, some of the faces may have changed, but I think everyone's committed to doing what we've heard tonight, is to keep moving the town forward. So I wish you all well, and it's been a great learning experience.
Thank you, Councilor Lucky. So I would just say, in similar fashion to what Councilor Schnepp did, I would say that as I was talking to Councilor Rapcorsetti before the meeting, I really value the institutional knowledge that you bring, the hard work that you've always put in to sometimes affect change, especially early on in your time on the council. And when you talk about civility, I think there were times possibly that maybe it wasn't that way when you first came on, and you were a big part of changing that. And I got to walk into that, and I appreciate that, and I'm very grateful for that. And I hopefully, as my time on as president, I've attempted to continue that spirit. So I really appreciate that. Councilor Cusack, it has been a joy to get to know you this past year. Really, I truly feel that you are a friend, and in the way, you know, the year that you arrived was the year I lost my mom. In the way that that you take care of your family is admirable, and you put them first. And I learned a lot from that, and I value that. So with that as well, and then the speech that you gave on the gazebo for Veterans Day was probably the best speech I think I've ever heard from a veteran at any event that I have been to, that even I have the pleasure of singing the national anthem at. But at the same time, what you said just covered all the bases. Your sacrifice for this country, truly sacrifice for this country, and taking your brilliant brain and applying it in a time of war to protect this country is admirable, and I really appreciate that. Thank you. Councilor Steinhilber, we met actually before, and we knew each other a little bit from different things that we were trying to benefit in education over there at the Horace Mann, and I think I was donating something for an auction or whatever it might have been, and then we met, and you know, we got to know one another, and yeah, it's that new growth dollars, right? So what that means is, new growth dollars is something that comes up in the fact that we need to be able to grow as a town to just keep our services level and what we provide for this town. And Mark Milne actually is probably the one that really forces that home. But as counselors, we rely on our staff to catch vision, and you definitely caught that vision, and you move things forward. And like I said, the landing, there's lots of things moving. You know, opening up zoning and looking at areas where we can improve, not just for the business community, but for our residents, and moving forward in that direction. I really learned a lot, and you probably, in a lot of ways, again, have that institutional knowledge, and you're very well informed, and I appreciate that. Councilor Shaughnessy, I just loved hearing your stories of the history of this town and be able to grow up here. We both come from families of four. We have a lot of different things in common, and I appreciated our conversations, and again, your service to the elderly community, and your real passion for that is apparent, and it's a lot of you know, your knowledge in regards to that, to serve them and include them is admirable. Thank you. Councilor Atzos, we've been friends for a while, and we coached Little League together, and even when I was president of that league and I had to make some different decisions, you stood by me, and I really appreciate that, and I really started a time of knowing that even if we disagreed on something, that you would always be my friend, and I appreciate that. You're a loyal person, and you have a wonderful family, and a family of service to our community, and I just so appreciate that, and I continue friendships moving forward. And last but certainly not least, my Vice President for the last year. Councilor Cullum, thank you very much for your support this past year. I've learned a great deal from you, and and I just so appreciate your dedicated service to your constituents. And even when you were just the owner of the C Street Market, your dedication to your customers that became your constituents. And even now, still, after 12 years of being on the council, you don't miss a beat and you jump right into and run for school committee. So now your passions and the things that you wanted to see affect change here at the council. And sometimes that's frustrating because we see things and we want to do that, but we're not the school committee. But now you are. And now I look forward to a synergy that could possibly happen that maybe, and again, it's no fault of, and a dig on anybody that's serving on the school committee or has served on the school committee, but to have a counselor of 12 years go to the school committee with that type of knowledge and be able to connect in a way that hasn't been possible before. I look forward to those opportunities, so thank you. So without that, does anybody else have anything to say? I say we should give them one more round of applause. Thank you very much. Thanks for indulging me there for the first half hour of the meeting. Just think it's important to recognize those who have served our community, so thank you for that.
Mr. President, I forgot to say something. You forgot to mention that my teams beat your teams more in Little
That's
League.
actually untrue. I wouldn't say that because I try. It wouldn't be just wouldn't be true. So that. So that being said, it is now time for public comment. So at this point in time, if anybody that is present here in the hearing room would like to speak, please come to the podium, make sure the microphone is on, state your name, and please, if you can, try to keep it under 3 minutes. Thank you. Maybe she hasn't come to the podium yet. That's okay.
Thanks. First person was Jennifer Beckett, so I'm number 2.
Yes, you are.
It's not obvious, but. Bo Chu, my name. Hi, Paul. I guess I know a lot of you. And really nice story to say. Matthew, when I first met you, you were standing probation officer. No,
not
not
true.
you?
Not me, sir.
You sure?
I'm pretty sure. I remembered what my job was. Maybe I would have made a good one. Maybe I missed my calling.
Well, as I told Charlie in the elevator, we had an elevator talk. Sometimes it's good to forget things. And as you get older, and I say, do I have Alzheimer's, or do I have early Alzheimer's, or do I have premature Alzheimer's, or is this schizophrenia, or is this long COVID or medium-sized COVID? Anyhow, I was out in the cold when I first started coming here, and I was practicing being a Boy Scout, which I was in Lexington High School, where I graduated. And it was actually lots of fun, and I got to know some of the police. Some of them were standing back there, familiar faces, and developed a record and a lived experience, as they say, on NPR. Oh, okay. There used to be a different person sitting over there, and I came in the room, and it was I used to do song circles with women and they used to get up and say what you want and sing your song. It was lots of fun. So I did All I Want Is a Room Somewhere, far away from the cold night air, with one enormous cheer, which I don't have yet, but I still have a chance. Because thanks to Paula, and whatever his name is that used to be around here, I got a Section 8 voucher, and I had another friend who has a gift shop on Main Street, and she let me do my laundry there at her house. And her boyfriend is a plumber, and I met her one day in the mall pre-Christmas, and she said, there's an apartment available. And I said, I've been staying there. I'm still there. Last night, I stayed up all night, and I got healthy. Very amazing story. Basically, I watched YouTube all night.
Mr. Chu, we're at about 4 minutes.
I'm supposed to do 3 minutes?
We're over 3 minutes. So if you could wrap it up, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll wrap it up. What I realized, listening to NPR, because I'm an addict, that I can do that kind of stuff too. And today I heard a couple of young women talking back and forth, and they were talking about getting older, and they were like, one of them actually came down to Cape Cod and toured it, and then went home. I don't know her name. It's a new show, and I said I can do a show like that too. And she said maybe when she's in her 80s and getting ready to die, you know, I said, I can speak to her and be on her show, because I'm 83, so.
Good to see you, Mr. Chu. You're looking sharp.
Oh, P.S. I got a new haircut at the right next to, on Main Street, closer.
Nice. Looks great.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening. Okay. Hello, my name is Susan Batista, and I am here to introduce the community at 525 South Street. So if you guys can come up and join me. Just a little information about 525 South Street. We are a community of Riverview School graduates. So all the young people you're going to see here this evening graduated from the Riverview School in Sandwich this past June. And we have made 525 South Street our home. And we're doing great. I think it's going pretty well. And I just thought it was really important for everyone who talks about two-way Main Street and two-way South Street to see people and hear from people who live on South Street and who are doing all their shopping and their fun on Main Street. None of our residents drive. And that's why we're here in the middle of the city, so we can walk everywhere and take advantage of all the beautiful things in your community, in our community. So they wanted to say a little bit about their challenges just walking around this town and their hopes for how it can be safer and more pedestrian-oriented. And they can walk, they can bike, and they can really enjoy it safely. So I'm going to turn it over to whoever wants to talk and just share their feelings about it. I know Sophia's going to be our leader.
Good evening. My name's Sophia. I'm a resident of 525 South Street. I'm here with the rest of my housemates, and we are very concerned about the parking outside of our street. There is two parking outside of our house where there is a crosswalk that we are able to cross the street, but it's too dangerous to do so because of the way that their cars are parked. We have to walk into the middle of the street to be able to look to see the traffic, and those cars will not stop. The cars are going way too fast down that street, and it's way too dangerous for us to walk across. So we have to go all the way down their street. And we would ask that those 2 parking spots in front of our building to be removed so we are able to cross safely. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia.
Anyone else want to talk about the cars going fast or anything else? You want to say a few words? This is their first time at a town council meeting.
Yeah, welcome. Thanks for being here.
So proud of them for advocating for themselves. Go ahead, Eva. You want to say a few words?
Hi, Ava.
So, the lights next to our apartment, they keep flickering and it's embarrassing.
It's hard to cross because the lights aren't.
It is very hard for us to cross down the street of our house. The lights will take about 20 minutes to change, so we aren't able to walk, and the cars do not stop when to do so. So we ask that there is a safer way for us to cross at our building. And our fire department actually came to talk to us about how to be safer outside of our apartment. And they said that we either can remove, that we asked that the parking spots do be removed, or that the crosswalk change to another location.
And how about when we were walking here tonight? How fast were the cars going down South Street?
Tonight when we were walking down here, the cars were going at least 60 miles per hour, not stopping, not looking where they were going. As we were crossing, they were trying to go as fast as possible and not looking to the pedestrians. And it is a dark street down there, so without lights, there is no possible way to see people.
And also, some of us like to bike.
Yeah.
And we were thinking of that. And would you want to talk about that at all, Van? Just say a couple words. No? I think I should. Okay, you want to talk about it?
Hi, my name is Gretchen Wansky. I'm concerning about the motorcycles. It's really loud because it's so loud outside because we are trying to sleep every night and sing them like inside in the house. It bothers us. Is the loudest.
Because they're going very fast and it's like a highway.
Yeah, it's really speeding loudest on the roads. So yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Gretchen.
Thank you. Yeah, we may have a few other people that want to speak, but, just to wrap it up, we are the people that live on South Street. We are the people that walk on Main Street, and we would like to be able to do it safely. I attended all of the meetings that Jeff Speck and Stantec presented with the most beautiful presentations that prove time and time again across the United States when you go to a two-way Main Street, how safe it becomes and how much more vibrant it is for businesses. So their presentations were wonderful. There were hundreds of people in every meeting, and we all really saw the future and what we could have here if we went to two-way. So I really encourage the council tonight to approve that so we can move forward and that my daughter and my residents and my friends can live in this town safely. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Want to say something? Yeah, Van, let's say one thing.
Oh, Van wants to say something.
My name is Van, and one thing I want to say is I know myself. I don't know about any of else my housemates, but at least myself. I think maybe one of my other housemates would want to. We would want to bike near our apartment, and there's no bike path to do so. And since it's so dangerous on the road, it's literally impossible to do that. So it would be nice to have some bike path or something. And as a safe way to bike around Main Street.
Right, get get your new job.
Yeah, and if we have we're getting jobs too, so it'd be nice, like, because we can't always rely on like transportation and stuff, because it will be, and because sometimes we need to be there on time, and we can't always rely on transportation, so we need to get there ourselves and all that.
Great, thank you so much, Van. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Van.
Desperate, and I live on 130 Winter Street. And I walked here this evening, and I crossed Main Street, and I only had to look one way, which was nice. I know item 2024-071 is going to be brought up tonight, and I only request that when you start to change it, that you do it in phases. That way, because there are going to be more people living on Main Street. That's your whole intention. So there'll be more people walking on Main Street. And for me, one way on Main Street is safer. I walk Main Street a lot, and I happen to like walking Main Street. I like the architecture. I like the trees. The other changes that are made prior to doing that, you'll probably see a different impact on how the traffic hits Main Street, because you're not going to funnel it through Main Street. Right now, you're funneling it through Main Street, because all the other streets are one way. When you take that away and you make them two-way, you won't have to go to Main Street to make an either left or right-hand turn. So that's my request, is that you just phase it in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roberta Mock, 80 Greenwood Avenue. Thank you. I come up here too often, probably. You're tired of seeing me, but a couple of things I'm concerned about. I'm very concerned about the wind farm. I remember the New England blackout. I'm 72 years old, so I remember that well. I feel that the wind farm makes us vulnerable to terrorism attacks. And I think the expense of monitoring the wind farm is going to come out of my tax, my pocket in taxes. Going to changing the subject back to Main Street, I would like to see there be cameras so that we start catching these people, because I can hear them at night I'm way down the West End Rotary, and I can hear them at night going, it sounds like they're going 90 miles an hour. It's one of the reasons why I don't go out at night, is because I don't know who's out there driving drunk. There's quite a bit of that going on, and I feel it's, I'm taking my life into my hands to go out late at night. I feel very much for these young people that are from Riverview and want to ride their bikes. I think that it's great that we're a community that wants to respect pedestrians and bike paths and so forth. I do think that it's good to keep, however, the street says they are one way. I just would like to see us enforce the speed limits around here, whether it takes cameras or to catch these people who are speeding when they're not, so they get an automatic ticket in the mail. I'd like to see our streets stay the way they are. I also would like to see a cultural center where similar to what they have in Bass River, where the community comes together with a developer to provide Hyannis with a cultural center for when an artist is coming to the Cape, that they'll maybe do one night in Bass River, maybe one night in Hyannis, so that we start to, I'd love to be able to walk down Main Street and go to a nice concert. I'm I was sad to see that CCB&T was not that location. I'm still hoping that maybe the town and the people come together for the dockside location as being that, because I certainly would love to have something like the Shaolin Lu, where our town respects historic and the vision of the harbor side, where we can see things like the Fagawi, and have a stage that incorporates the harbor with performance center. And that's how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mock.
Which is my pen?
Hello, thank you, Council. My name's Fritz Klepke, and I'm Susan Batista's husband and Ava Kletke's dad. So I just wanted to talk about a couple things about the two-way Main Street plan. I think that anyone who's attended the Jeff Speck and Stantec presentation can understand that in hundreds of locations, similar towns around the country, it's improved the economy by going to two-way. It's made it safer. It's made it more vibrant. I think, what my daughter and other kids expressed was the safety concerns, but I'm also concerned with the economic status of our Main Street here. Without something that, allows more people, more foot traffic safely, a more vibrant community, it's going to disappear. We see that happening, and we see with Jeff Speck's examples, how going back to two-way, making it more pedestrian friendly, making it safer for our seniors, for people pushing baby carriages. I've witnessed several times where it's two-way, someone stops, someone is passing through to let someone go, that second lane does not stop, and you almost have a horrible situation. So this is a safety issue. This is an economic issue. I just want to very strongly support the two-way Main Street plan, and I think it needs to be done, ASAP. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lynn Mitchell from Mrs. Mitchell's Gifts on Main Street. I own 2 properties. I have really unorganized scratch notes, so here I go. I think it's really important. There's 2 items I'm here to support, 071 and 072. Infrastructure programs for two-way, upgrades to the surrounding areas, including North Street lot, of which I own a small portion of. I'm extremely excited about that because they need a lot of help. So all this is very positive. There's a lot of grant money, which is great. It's a good initiative. I don't pretend to know all the details. I have watched the Jeff Speck videos. I've tried to learn as much as possible, and I am in strong support of both. I work 9 in the morning till 11 at night, 5 months out of the year, and then 10 to 10, and then right now we're still 10 to 8. So we're literally on the street all the time. I feel safe there. I thank the BPD for that. But I think these are really important initiatives. Somebody made a comment that I heard, if people can't afford to live here, go somewhere else, or I don't know where it came from, but honestly, I have 5 children. The eldest graduated from University of Pittsburgh with a biology major, advanced literature, super smart, great kid. She's got about 8 close friends. They start elementary school up. They all were born here. They're all out of college. They all graduated. And one's a nurse at the hospital. They have nowhere to live. Like, literally, they're looking for apartments. Like, Mom, we don't want to stay at the house. And it's like, I never know who's down there. There could be 10, 15 kids in and out, but they all are looking. They don't really want to be living with me. One of them's a nurse, and she's thinking about going somewhere else. She's like, I like a job here, but I'll get experience and move on. It's not just people coming from off Cape. That are just coming in and we don't know them. There's a lot of kids that grew up here that really would like to stay here. And they don't have options. A veteran friend of mine could not find an apartment. After 6 months, I actually found a friend who would rent him a room. The only places we found were way below standards of where he should have been. So, surveys show that population in Barnstable County has grown. Renting percentages are significantly below state average. Length of stay in a house is way above state average. We just don't have enough for people as far as apartments. And I appreciate this board's efforts to push forward these initiatives. I think it's super important. I think that is everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for taking the time. Anybody else in the room that'd like to speak during public comment?
Hello, my name is Megan Mort. I live in Marston's Mills. I've been up here a few times. First, I'd like to thank the council as it currently sits for all the work that you've done and all the attention that you've paid to residents in every precinct, especially renters. All the housing initiatives, the zoning changes, and actually listening to residents and seeking out more input from people who are typically not represented. I had served on the Housing Committee. I had served on the Human Services Committee. I am on the Planning Committee. I was born and raised here. My son is born and hopefully will be raised here. My husband was born and raised here. My family lives here. His family lives here. I have been housing insecure basically since 14. I have seen it over decades. And I'm a little put off by some of the efforts that are already underway to delay housing. I hope that the town council tonight does take action on the items that are in the agenda, as that is what you're here for. There's no reason to delay anything. The next town councilors will have their time. And I hope that they put in the same efforts that the people in front of me have to listen to their constituents. Right now, there are people living in campers. There are people who are living in houses that shouldn't be in the houses they're living in. 7 or 8 adults, multiple children. All these people concerned about septic, but we can't seem to grow. We can't seem to build apartments or density to preserve the open space that people seem to absolutely love. So maybe with that open space, maybe we'll just occupy it at some point, but that's just me. It's heartening to see some people who are renting here tonight, some business owners who seem to understand and grasp that this is a housing crisis, and it has been, and it's just getting worse. And one of the comments that is publicly available, somebody referred to people who might live in apartments on Main Street as undesirable tenants. I think we see here tonight tenants that we want in town, we'd like to see more of, and that we want to sustain that growth. People that live in town tend to spend money in town. If there's a convenience store, they're going there before they drive their car to Stop and Shop if they can. They'll shop at businesses. They spend their money at restaurants. Disposable income stays closer when you have businesses that are open and housing that is there and available. Right now, we don't have that. I am a nurse at Cape Cod Hospital, and I hope to stay here and to grow here with my family. But right now, as it stands, that's probably not possible. Rooms are renting for over $1,000 a month. A room in a house. 2 bedrooms are $2,400 to $2,800 plus. 3 bedrooms, over $3,000 a month. There is no way for a young couple or a single professional to actually afford to live here, to save, and to grow equity into their future. Never mind having children. People are delaying having children because of this. So I just hope that the next oncoming town councilors take heed of this and pay attention to the constituents that they seem to love to ignore. And I thank you all for your work and for listening and for seeking out more input. It is not unnoticed, and it's really appreciated. Thank you, every one of you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Anybody else? I saw someone. There we go.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Vecchi, and I'm a resident of West Barnstable, Precinct 1. And I'm here to speak to you heart to heart in opposition of the proposed transmission lines going through our beaches, our backyards, our lakes, across conservation area, the deforesting of our neighborhoods, and the completely unnecessary and unconscionable terror that it brings to our soul aquifer. If there's an accident, it doesn't just put the town of Barnstable in jeopardy. It puts 15 towns on this island in complete jeopardy. Now, I feel very comfortable saying that I feel that I speak not only for myself and my personal beliefs, but also for many residents in this town. I live a half a mile from the Oak Street transfer station that's under construction. And every day that I drive by there, I can see that they're encroaching upon the neighbors on both sides. And if I was that neighbor, I would be terrified. There is no excuse and there's no real reason for those power lines to be put in residential neighborhoods, especially when there is industrial locations for that, such as New Bedford. So why are we having this conversation? It appears to me the only reason why we're having this conversation is because of money. So I can only presume that Avangrid is offering the town of Barnstable money. There is absolutely no price tag that can be put on the safety, the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of the town of Barnstable. It doesn't matter if you're a taxpayer, if you're a renter, if you're an elderly person, or at risk. Funny, back in the 80s when I was in college, one of my professors said, don't ever buy a house on the Cape. They're gonna suffer from saltwater intrusion because they're overbuilt. Well, that's really not the thing that we're facing now. Now we're really facing a clear and present danger, in my view, with allowing our private lands, our backyards, to have power, this power transmission line with toxic fluid under the surface and with the high power voltage going through our neighborhoods. We've been concerned for years about the rising cancer rates on Cape Cod, especially the breast cancer. This is unfathomable. At the beginning of your presentation tonight, and I really appreciated Nick, you said you're here to serve. You were here to serve. I understand that you're stepping down now. And that's what we expect from you, is for you to protect us, because we're the constituents. And that's what I'm impressing upon you, and I'm expecting that you will protect us, our land, our neighbors, our elderly, our children, and our grandchildren. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cynthia Cole, Barnstable. Hello, counselors. I just want to thank, I need to write my name really quickly. I'd like to thank all of you for the work you do. Whether people agree with you or not, you give enormous amounts of time to our community, and time and effort. I'd also like to thank you for supporting the small businesses on Main Street who have wanted to change the traffic pattern to two ways for more years than I can remember. And I know this because I was the previous executive director, previous to Elizabeth, of the Hyannis Main Street Business Improvement District. And we worked hard to make this happen. But we didn't have the data and the good work of Jeff Speck and all the work that you've all done to date to back us up and show that one-way Main Street will never reach its true potential, that it's not user-friendly and is actually dangerous. So even after working on Main Street for over 20 years, I still, maybe I shouldn't admit this, but I still have to think about which side street to come in to get to a particular store. So, or restaurant. Should I take Yarmouth Road, Center Street, Barnstable Road or Winter Street, High School Road Extension, Barnstable, Bassett Lane, C Street Extension, West End Rotary? You know, which way do I come in? And what happens is, imagine if someone who is a visitor, who is from out of town, who doesn't even know the area, and they come in the wrong way, somewhat up from where they wanted to go, and they just get carried out with a one-way traffic. And then what do? They don't even know where to go, and that business is lost. So I just want to say that two-way Main Street has simply been discussed, it's been vetted, it's been planned for long enough. The time is now. You have a grant available to you. This is really important for the businesses, and it's about viability and safety, and I hope that you will vote yes this evening. It's time to give the merchants who support our community in so many ways that will help them succeed, and this is good for all of us, and I hope you vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thought that was my phone. Sorry about that. Hi there. My name is Frank Ward. I live by Lake Wequaquet, and I'm the treasurer of the Wequaquet Lake Protective Association. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I think the last time I was here was 2019, and some of the faces are still familiar, but there are many new. After watching the November 2nd meeting, I felt it was necessary to add my perspective of events from 2018 to date. You've been attacked, both on CWMP and wind farms, and I think if people really understand the history, we should be here thanking you before many of you leave tonight. Please let me explain. Given the information available at the time, each council did what was logical and appropriate. Wind farm discussions are not new to the Cape Cod residents, and no one is against wind power. However, for 20 years, residents and town councils fought the original Cape Wind project because it was too close to shore. The government listened. The current wind farms are being discussed now are much further offshore. In 2018, the town council, led by Eric Steinhilber, stepped up to sign the first host community agreement to gain more control over a green wind farm project. Everyone was in favor of being green. We all thought that was the right thing to do at the time, and we thanked you for doing the right thing. In 2019, the town council, led by Jim Crocker, had drafted a 60-year sewer plan, and the citizens said, no, it's too long. The council listened, and by August came back with a 30-year plan. And a united town council approved the CWMP. 6 of you are still here now, and I thank you. And we thanked you then. It was a big night for the town. However, the changing from 60 years to 30 years created a huge funding issue. So in 2020, 2021, 2022, councils led by Paul Hebert and Matt Levesque worked hard to find funding solution. Entertaining multiple wind farms looked like a great way to help get funding and get sewer projects started. It was logical. It was a good decision, given what we knew at the time. And we thanked you for finding additional funding for sewers. Now it's 2023, and we've learned so much more. Remember, the councils before did nothing wrong. They did what appeared to be right given the information available. But the details of bringing wind power on shore are better defined now. The magnitude of 2,000 megawatts coming under beaches, under a river, up historical streets, to a substation next to a lake and on top of our wells is better understood. Most people envision this 10-inch cable running underground, not a 4-foot by 8-foot concrete encasement leading to possibly the largest non-power plant substation in America, located on Shoe Flying Hill Road, a substation the size of 3 or 4 Home Depot-sized buildings. We hope our new town council will reunite. Some of them are here now, some of them are out there. But I think, given the new and better understood information, that they'll come together and stop onshoring into Barnstable and get it moved to the appropriate industrial locations such as New Bedford or the power station at Brayton Point. So, speaking to the people that will remain and the people that are hopefully behind me now, please do the right thing as the councilors before you did, so we can thank you as well. But Thank you for allowing me to speak. And thanks, folks, for what you've done for the town. It's appreciated. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Ward.
No relation to Frank here, but I'm Ward McLaughlin, and I live over at Lakeview Drive in Centerville. And to continue on what Frank was talking about, we attended the meeting at the college the other night. It was very informative. I don't know if any of you had made it. I didn't recognize many of you there. But it was very scary about what we learned. And it was about the contamination of the waterways, the threat of the electricity coming up through the ground, and the non-protective methods that are being done as it is. There is barrels being brought in. At one location alone, they talked about 69,000 gallons of fuel being put in there. There's only 30,000, and that's a concern as it is. There's another 30,000 in another location as well. They spoke about Cape Cod Chip Company having a incident a few years ago with just 5 gallons, 7 gallons, that contaminated the waterways, considerably a large area around it. They said it never would happen. It did. At that meeting, the containment, there were no answers really coming from Eversource. There were a lot of questions put to them. Yes, they answered the fact that there was going to be 69,000 gallons now. That was the only thing that they answered, but there were a lot of questions about the containment, the size of the walls that were being put in, were they going to regulation, why the site was picked here. And they came up with the pass of the buck was that it was the contractor. He chose it. Not the government, not anybody else, but a contractor who doesn't care about this community, doesn't care about anything but money. It's very scary that our livelihoods, our families' livelihoods, and the future of our communities are being threatened. Now, maybe nothing will ever happen, but there's still that small door. And you keep on learning about small doors, nuclear plants leaking, and electricity, magnetic pulses coming up through the ground, and people getting shocks in their bathtubs. And that's local. Then running without permits. How does that happen? How is all this infrastructure being built and the permits aren't there? I'm really nervous about what's going on. We said in a Pledge of Allegiance tonight for justice for all. I don't believe it's justice for all. I believe there's a community, there's a group that have made decisions for all of us without our knowledge, without impact. They said that we were supposed to be mailed. They were sending out mailings. And in that meeting that night, they asked for a raise of hands of who would receive the mailings that this was going on. Not one hand went up. Not one. What does that tell you? There's a scam. There's a push to make this happen without our knowledge, the people who live here. I worked my life to own the home that I have. I worked hard. And now I'm afraid. My wife asked the other night, should we move? Hell no. I think it's people like yourselves that can stop this. You know, the electricity that's coming out of that, who is it going to? We're not even the benefactors of this
Sir,
electricity.
you're over 4 minutes, just to let you know.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm sorry. The electricity is going to Connecticut, and I'll end up with that. And that's not right. It should be for us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else like to speak during public comment?
Actually, yes, I do. I'm Liz Berry, 14 Potter
If you could just come up to the mic because nobody can hear you.
Liz Derry, 14 Potter Ave, Sherman Square, and I played on Sherman Square as a kid when it was two-way traffic, and we had a fraction of the population. And you know, a lot of kids got killed. We changed it precisely because it was Suicide Alley. You have to be looking everywhere. Now, those are 3 east-west arteries. They flow very well now. Ask anybody that played on Main Street as a kid. That's why we changed it. And you're gonna see this all play out. It's really common sense, actually. Thank you. Oh, and I caught an MS-13 over my fence. So how the Barnstable police are gonna chase down gangs with those streets like that?
Okay.
They have gangs
Okay.
in Hyannis. I caught one. I'm
Okay.
fluent in Spanish, I tricked him.
Okay.
They do the sex trafficking, the child trafficking, using Airbnb.
Thank you.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Thank you.
My name is Rob Brennan. I'm a resident of Osterville. I'm a property owner on Main Street, and I called Jeff Speck. Right? So I made that first call because when I was spending every single day at 255 Main Street, gutting that to renovate that as a historic renovation, I saw what was happening on Main Street. And I wasn't going to get up to speak until I just heard that last speaker. In addition to being a resident, in addition to investing in Main Street, I've invested my family in Main Street. My daughter's worked on Main Street for the past 3 years. I pick her up and I drop her off because when I travel down Main Street, I see exactly what Fritz described. I see that and I imagine my daughter being the one who's crossing with a stopped car that waves her on and another one blowing right by. That's why I'm here to speak in favor of the two-way Main Street. That's why I reached out to Jeff Speck. That's why I lobbied the bid. That's why I lobbied Elizabeth Jenkins and her department to bring Jeff Speck in and to realize all that can be achieved with a two-way Main Street. His book, if you haven't read it, Walkable Cities, describes the aspirational goals and goals that I think this council and this town hall and all that we've been working towards have been achieving that. That's why I continue to invest in Main Street, because it is on the right trajectory. This is a very important piece of that, and I urge you to do all that you can while you're still sitting in the council, and I want to just add my thanks. So much was said beautifully by the nurse talking about the need for housing, so I just want to ditto that, but also ditto my thanks. I've gotten to know many of you personally. You've listened. We've discussed. We've not always agreed, but I respect you and appreciate all the time that you've put in. And I hope that for those of you that are remaining, that work continues. I hope that those that follow will realize the high bar that you've set and to take that even higher. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Worfbane, Director of Hyannis Main Street Business Improvement District. Thank you, everyone. I'll start off with thank you to all who have been serving in this pretty selfless position you're all in. Sometimes I watch you up until like midnight and I think, oh my gosh, you're so devoted to your town and you care so much to be in this position. And, you know, whether you agree with each other or not, you always try and find best practices to fall back on. And you're all researching and showing up. And that is 90% of everything, is showing up and caring. So thank you, everyone. But I will say I'm here because the two-way Main Street, even though it sounds very dull, like two-way versus one-way, what's the difference? It's huge. And why I know this is because I've been at bid, and before Cynthia left, she said, if you do anything, do two-way. And I'm like, two-way? And then we brought in Michael Byrne, this fabulous consultant, years ago, 5 years ago. He goes, you're not two-way? I'm like, why? What's the difference? He goes, think of a downtown that you love. Is it one-way or two-way? I'm like, oh, they're all two-way. And he's like, well, why is Main Street so one-way? And I'm like, I don't know. And he's like, I think they made it a throughway on the way to somewhere else, which actually doesn't value that downtown. You know, it makes it like the byproduct of the car trying to get to work or to the supermarket. But you're not valuing the place. He said all this, and I'm like, oh my gosh, we kind of got disinvested, but we didn't really see it, you know, because we were looking at convenience for others, but not for the place. So we have been a victim of competing traffic. So when they brought up, our friends here, that these loud motorcycles, I'm on Main Street every day. People are speeding crazy down Main Street. Motorcycles, cars, and then they have this aftermarket mufflers. You've all heard them, right? If we want to have more housing in our downtown, how are we going to have that with this speeding raceway on the way somewhere else? You know, if you think of a place that you like, Chatham, right? We like Chatham. You know, we won't admit it because we're here in Hyannis, but Chatham's nice. We like Falmouth. They're two-way. They're not one-way. Do people complain? I don't go to Chatham because there's traffic, or I don't go to Chatham because I can't park. They go there because they like it. Like, do you complain about a restaurant because it's busy? Oh, I don't go to Anejo because I couldn't get a table. No, it was great because it's busy, because it's good. So people go where people are. And I think Hyannis will benefit from all that. I think we're acting as if traffic is a bad thing, when traffic is a good thing. It's like cholesterol. There's good traffic and bad traffic, right? So it's the same with anything, right? If it's popular, there's going to be people. So we want the people. What people complain about the most about the downtown is it's empty. And you might see a homeless person there, and you feel like it's sketchy. Well, hello. If it's full of people, and there's happening, and there's two-way, and it's slow traffic, people are watching the product. Remember with the barriers? I know that was a problem at one point because it became a thing, like the masks, right? People were pro or against, but it slowed down the traffic. And what we learned was that was magical, right? We did learn that. We heard a lot of people say, I could see things for once, or I was eating outside and it wasn't so loud. We need to slow this down and really appreciate this village, because guess what? A village is old-fashioned. We're not trying to become a city. We're trying to become the village of the olden days, where you could walk to church, walk to work, walk to the village
ask you
green.
to wrap it up. I'm sorry.
Right?
Thank
So
you.
we're going back to something lovely. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilburn. Anybody else? Do we have anybody who'd like to participate remotely? I'm sorry. So, Director Poyant, is there anybody who'd like to participate?
Thank you.
Officer Malia?
We have Ruth Dillingham on Zoom. Ms. Dillingham, you may unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Their service. I am speaking in support of 2024, 71, and 72, and encourage everyone in the town and on the town council to support them. They have obviously been reflective of years of the town councilors' institutional knowledge and their hard work. The current councilors who have worked on behalf of the entire town should be congratulated on these two forward-thinking motions. I stress very much that both should be voted on tonight by the current members of the town council. They are the ones who have given us the years of institutional knowledge, the years of attention to civic duty, and the years of caring about what keeps our local community vibrant. I urge, please, that this meeting vote with these town councilors on these two items, and I thank you for the time to be heard.
Ms. Cronin? Yes, please. Sorry about that.
No, I just got here. Sorry.
It's okay.
Good evening, councilors. President Levesque, thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight. I would like to overall, again, thank the councilors and the work of the department and the planning department and all the work that's gone into not only these two items, but just as a matter of trying to improve the process of streamlining both the projects as well as the committees and their reviews and coming up with new guidelines and such. What I would like to say, I did send a letter out, but I would like to read it for the public comment in that you'd have some considerations for this evening and how these would be handled this evening. Excuse me on my voice. And I am representing just myself as a resident of Hyannis, not anyone else. About several items on the town council's agenda this evening regarding the infrastructure and grants for the village of Hyannis, specifically 202471 Great Street, Hyannis 2-way Main Street and 4-way stop signs, and 2024-72 Housing Works Infrastructure, etc., and ask the council to consider holding off making decision without further discussion and input. With recent passing of form-based zoning and with its primary objectives affecting Hyannis Main Street, there have been multiple projects approved, being proposed, and or in the planning stages, which can potentially have a significant impact on Hyannis, and would like to ask the council to pause before any additional projects are approved and or infrastructure is executed until we can develop a comprehensive plan on what the vision for Hyannis is, both zoning, housing units, and economic. Several projects are proposing to convert Hyannis Main Street motels into apartments. The Cascade Motel had been allowed to deteriorate to the point where it was unsafe, so the proposed 95 unit there was welcomed. However, it's now boarded up, and now the developer has that up for sale. The Hyannis Inn Motel on 473 Main Street has already been approved for 20 studio apartments units in the rear of the building that borders South Street. The owner is also before the ZBA now requesting to convert remaining property to other use, mixed-use motel, and potentially additional apartments. In allowing this change in use, in having it potentially continue to other motels in Hyannis, fundamentally changes the village of Hyannis from a tourist community which welcomes guests and vacationers visiting and supporting the downtown businesses and restaurants throughout the year, to a housing development. Motels provide an economic resource for the community, and guests are managed and controlled through the turnover, and the owners can ask a guest to leave if there's a problem. Once these rooms become apartments, they are no longer under the control of the manager as a guest and must fight to evict undesirable tenants and most likely do not regularly patronize the shops and restaurants the tourists would. In my opinion, after recent feedback during public meetings on the projects that took advantage of the form-based zoning change, it was clear portions of the plan were not understood by the public. It would be a good faith effort to revisit them and have the public provide input on potential revisions to accomplish what the new zoning was intended to do before any additional projects or changes to Hyannis and Main Street are approved. What was originally proposed as providing residential units above downtown businesses and maintaining historic character and hopefully economic growth to Hyannis is not happening. All we are seeing are multi-unit complexes, and we haven't even had a chance to look at the impact of these or how many other projects are already in the pipeline we'll have. Housing units at any cost should not be the only consideration, especially if there's no vision or economic plan support the kind of housing saturation, especially in Hyannis. Infrastructure to Hyannis, adding sewer infrastructure to Hyannis is not the answer. Looking at alternative smaller cluster homes might provide more neighborhood-friendly community and safer walkability to downtown. I would also like to request at this time the total number of housing units current, approved, and in the pipeline within the town of Barnstable by village and the percentage of affordable housing in each. Provide a forum for those findings to be presented at a public meeting so residents can understand where we are today, who we are actually going to be eligible for these affordable units, and housings in the town. I understand adding housing is a critical objective. However, it's also important to be done through smart economic growth and development and not all in one village. Regarding the 2024-71 Great Streets Hyannis, the two-way Main Street stop sign initiatives, etc., very disappointed to see that this has now been connected to the North Street parking lot improvements. When the proposed Great Street Hyannis plan was presented, we hadn't even seen the final layout until now, and nor did we think that it was either both or nothing. The North Street parking lot has been neglected for years, and connecting it to all or nothing with a two-way travel plan across Hyannis doesn't seem fair. I'm asking the town council to hold off voting on these items until a more comprehensive plan for the town and Hyannis are developed and we can review all of the housing unit inventories, current and proposed, and the public has an opportunity to revisit and provide potential input on the impact of the form-based zoning and the Great Street Hyannis initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like public comment? Okay, now is time for, and just so you know, I'm going to, after the response to public comment, I'm actually going to move those items to the top of the agenda for the people that are in the room that are waiting for that vote to take place. So looking to my left, anybody like to? Council Atzos, please.
Thank you. So I just want to respond to Susan Batista and her group. Thanks for coming in. Actually, I passed you guys on my way here, and I actually could barely see you guys on the sidewalk, and I know you were trying to cross, so that is an issue of safety. The sidewalks are poorly lit. You can't really see them. And as it relates to speeding, the two-lane situation on Main Street and South Street, that encourages speeding. It doesn't cause people to want to slow down. And it's proven, you have a two-way streets, it's going to slow traffic down for safety. And the improvements that'll happen for pedestrians and potentially bikers, should those bike lanes be included as well, is going to be, very important to not just your residents, but all the residents in that area. Main Street has suffered for decades, and many of us who remember, a lot of it's a result of the mall opening decades ago, and it's still trying to recover. It's improved a lot over the last 20 years, still a ways to go. And the purpose for one of the purposes is to improve the economy on Main Street in Hyannis, and the studies have shown that will happen. I tend to trust the experts who, I believe have an unbiased view, and they don't have a skin in the game other than to provide the facts, which are important. Facts are important, they matter, not what folks hear on social media or their neighbor or their friend who might have an agenda or a narrative. So I can't say enough about the speakers who get up to talk about safety, to talk about their businesses on Main Street who are impacted by this. Not those of us who don't live and work on Main Street or in the area who can sit and say that, these things aren't necessary. Well, we know they are. Some of us have been around a long time as well, not just everyone who got up and spoke tonight. Many of us up here have. All of us up here have. So, anyways, thank you for your comments. And Mr. Ward, that has to be one of the most best comments that I've heard since I've been here. I appreciate the way that you presented the history, where things were, where things are now, and I think it's something it's worth listening to, and the manner in which you presented it was fantastic. I wish more people could follow your fact-based comments. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Atzos. Anybody else like to speak? Public? Anybody else? Response to public comment to my right, Councilor Lutke.
Thank you, President Levesque.
What a terrific group of speakers tonight. I kind of wanted to start with Mr. Ward, agree with Councilor Atsalis and how you framed that. And I think your thoughts kind of talk to a lot of what other people were saying. Ms. Cronin finished us up tonight. And the complexity of the wind farms really wasn't recognized. And there's a gentleman who was at the college the other night. I was there. And when you see the totality, and even the Energy Facilities Siting Board, they tend to parse the projects, so they only look at one at a time. And I think that's what a lot of speakers here, if I could sum it up, is when you parse things individually, you miss the totality. And I think that's what Mr. Ward was looking at. With the best information you have, and always hindsight is a lot easier. And that's why I like combining with Ms. Cronin's comments, is we have a lot going on. We did the form-based zoning, which she referred to, and she's on the Main Street Historic Commission, and she's had firsthand experience with these projects. And it is somewhat disappointing that the very first one that they approved is now up for sale. Now perhaps another developer will carry on with that, but that's somewhat disappointing with all the work that they did and we did to have that first project, be set aside, so to speak. But we have to look at all of this together. And Elizabeth Werfbein, you mentioned it too, and I kind of put it with Laura's, that we're not trying to create a city. And I love that you said that, because Hyannis is one of the villages. And I've heard many people say, well, we are trying to make it a city. It should be the city. It has everything here. But I don't think it can be, and that's, again, I go back to Laura, is we have to think that we do have a tourist aspect to our economy, a rather significant one. We have a unique and beautiful place that people want to come to, and perhaps Nantucket is the perfect example of that because of the pristine nature and what they've done. We aren't as pristine here because we do have the facilities. We have the hospital, the airport, the ferries, the mall, on and on. So as we move forward with all of these issues, I want to take everybody's comments, and certainly the folks from Review. I passed you too as I was driving here, and I saw you crossing the street. It is dicey. I've always tell people when I leave my car at the shop and I walk home, it's tough. It's tough to walk around here. And listening to Jeff Speck too, I respect his credentials and his data. I always like data to support as we move forward with things. And plans are so important. So some amazing comments on all sides, and I appreciate each and every one of them, and they all have a place as we move forward. And again, going back to Mr. Ward, let's try to be as broad in our vision as we can as we move forward, and be careful, not looking at the totality of things, that we don't parse it too. We don't say the downtown zoning is separate from the two-way Main Street. No, they're all very much part of the same thing. So, so many people, I usually try to mention everyone. And Roberta, I know I took a note on yours. There's another plan in the process. You talked about the cultural center. I've always loved that idea. And, Stuart Bornstein owns the property. We'll see what he comes up with. But there's another study that's going to be playing into this, which is the harbor study. So there's a lot going on. And I hope everyone who commented tonight will continue to be engaged and bring your thoughts to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Lutke. Councilor Schnapp? Anybody? Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank all the new faces that came tonight and appreciate your comments on a number of agenda items we'll be discussing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? Okay. Oh, yes.
Briefly.
Madam Vice President.
I'm very appreciative that there's new faces here today. Thank you. And old faces that we haven't seen in a long time. It's nice. I don't see any reason at all to hold up these items. I'm just going to be really clear about that. This council has worked diligently on these items. We've been present for these meetings. We've listened to public comment ad nauseum. We need the residential units. We don't need motels. We need to provide Main Street with a strong economic background to move us forward. And quite frankly, I take offense at the undesirable comment. It's really insensitive. And I hope moving forward, I hope moving forward we can choose better rhetoric than that when we talk about people who rent versus people who own. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Combs. So just to address a number of these items, thank you for coming, Mr. Chu. Good to see you, and the haircut looks great. Ms. Mock, just so you know, and again, we try to get the information out there, but there was actually a grand kind of opening of the cultural center that you so admire there on Bass River. They are actually partnering with us right over here at the Geyer Barn and the surrounding buildings. And there was an announcement, a little bit of, so there's a partnership there. And I believe that that's just the beginning. And that would be my desire for this area to be that cultural center. And they do a great job. You're absolutely right. And if we can somehow, you know, again, we had to start somewhere, right? And they started somewhere. I mean, if you were in that old bank, right, back in the day, they took it over and they made it something great. And so we're hoping that they can do the same thing here and replicate that. And they're going to start right here. So maybe eventually we could try to find them a bigger venue where we can have those concerts. That would be my vision as well and my hope. So with that, I just want to thank, I know Mrs. Mitchell left, but that is just a great example of somebody who has to sacrifice, even if it's just a walk across the street. You heard the hours that she works. And she came here and took time to speak quite eloquently about something that she's passionate about. You know, that North Street parking, that's a difficult situation, but here she is. She's a partner that's a willing participant and to move something forward in a positive direction. And somebody like that, those are the stakeholders. And that sometimes they don't have time to come to a town council meeting and speak. So I just want to thank her for that, and hopefully that message can get across. I'll just have to actually stop at the store. Truth be known, I knew Mrs. Mitchell because I used to have an office above Ben & Jerry's Ice Cream for 12 years, where I ran my business that supported my family, my 4 children. And I walked Main Street every day, went to the post office. My job was, I was a licensed ticket broker. I sold tickets for concerts, theater, and sporting events. And my business was Absolute Tickets. And I parked my business right on Main Street, Hyannis. I lived in the C Street apartments the first year, 3 years I was married. And I walked to work at times. And so I too have found that South Street has been a thoroughfare. Now that we have schools in the back, schools in the front, there's all kinds of different changes that are happening. I know, you know, retail stores are turning, like I said, into schools. Our, you know, education buildings that are present. So I just want to let people know that I am, I'm listening and I understand, and change is difficult. As far as the housing that's happening currently, and I think the vision for the form-based code, and just to put it out there, make the public sure they understand, this is a year-long process. First time I heard about form-based code and the conversations in regards to that was in a zoning and regulatory committee meeting right here in the cell when I first became a councilor in 2018 with Councilor Steinhilber and Councilor former president, and since his passed, President Crocker. So with that, this has been an ongoing conversation. There have been public meetings in regards to this. We did it we did our very best to try to get the message out during COVID via Zoom, and I remember specifically asking the planning department to reach out to certain constituents that I knew would have concerns about this so that their issues could be addressed. So this has been an ongoing conversation. I do struggle with it, just the fact that just because we're going to build housing and it's a one-bedroom studio, that we need to immediately be concerned about their eviction before they've even been moved in. I find that that's frustrating. And as I see people struggle to find homes, I was lucky. I got in the game early. And so I just ask for people to have patience, and that the properties that are being redeveloped, when we're talking about this housing, these are blighted properties. These are properties that have lost a lot of value. And I don't think anybody envisions any historical building being torn down. And just from my minimal real estate experience and talking to certain people, and I don't want people to think that I just, support just the businesses, but this is a residential zoning change to benefit for people to have a place to live. And I also envision there be home ownership. It isn't just renting. It's home ownership, people taking ownership, and that's what you see at 525 South Street. There's ownership, and maybe we can, see more of that. But the problem, bear with me for 1 second. If you have a thriving business, let's take Dave Colombo and Colombo's Restaurant, and he wanted to go up, that's a condoized unit, and they make an agreement, and they want to go up 3 floors. They'd have to close all those businesses, the Daily Paper, Colombo's, all that, to build it. And they would lose millions. So it's safe to say that if it's a thriving business, or that they're not going to do. So you're not going to see these, it become 4 stories up and down Main Street. It's mostly going to be the opportunity to take an undervalued and underutilized property and make it better and make Main Street more beautiful. That was my idea, and the reading that I had done and speaking with Jeff Speck, first conference I ever went to for the Massachusetts Municipal Association, January 2018, was Jeff Speck. And I came back and immediately spoke to Elizabeth Jenkins, and I said, we need to talk to Jeff Speck. And I guess I didn't have the pull, but apparently Rob Brennan did. So we got a conversation with Jeff Speck, and here we are. So there is change, and I understand that, and I just want to make sure. And sir, about your concern, I was on the phone for 45 minutes with your representative, Steve Exaros, today, talking about the history of this and where we're going with this. And just please understand that. And I also talked to another gentleman today for another 45 minutes from Eversource, and talking about what I think they made a mistake when they actually said that Eversource, when they announced, I think it was in February 2023, that they were going to, that because of Park City Wind and Commonwealth Wind and the possibilities of that, they would have to expand this substation. But quite honestly, this is a statewide vision to electrify the entire state so we can get off fossil fuels. For them to do that, they have to do that substation and much more to expand the grid here on Cape Cod so that we can get off fossil fuels. So it's not just contingent on Park City Wind and Commonwealth Wind. I think people need to quite, understand that. So this is a grander vision to do that, and we need to assess those risks, and but it isn't just us, and I can tell you we're going to do what we can do, but a lot of it, and we're not passing the buck, is a lot of it is out of our control. It's at the state level and federal level, and please don't nod your head at me. I spent an hour and a half of my time today to talk about this, to try to find good information, and I would appreciate it that if you not nod your head at me like I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm doing my best. So with that, I just want. He is the representative of West Barnstable, ma'am. Okay, I'm just saying where it's there. I understand that would be Representative Kip Diggs. Thank you very much. But I'm just saying where the substation is built. So with that, I just want you to know that we are working on those concerns, that we take it seriously, and that we need to have these serious conversations with the state and at the state level to make sure that your voices are heard at State House, because that's really where it's kind of all starting. So with that, is there any other? Okay, so with that, I'd actually like to take, because there's so many people in regards to that, and my friends here, I know you've waited for quite a long time, so I think we should move on to a couple of items of new business, if we could, please. Madam Vice Chair, if you could, moving on to item number 2024-071.
Sure. Item 2024-071, authorization to expend a fiscal year 2024 MassWorks Infrastructure Program Grant in the amount of $1,800,000 from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Executive Office of Development for the design and implementation of the Great Streets Downtown Hyannis Plan as written. This may be acted upon with a majority vote.
Second.
We have first and a second. And we have the Planning Department. We have our Director of Planning and Development, Elizabeth Jenkins, and Senior Planner, Jim Comfort, here for the presentation.
Good evening, President Levesque. Thank you. Again, Elizabeth Jenkins, Director of Planning and Development, here to proudly announce an award to the town of Barnstable from the MassWorks Infrastructure Program, again, in the amount of $1.8 million in support of our downtown revitalization efforts. Primarily the design and implementation of the Great Streets Downtown Hyannis Plan, as well as improvements to the North Street parking lot. And I will keep this brief because I think many people have spoke to both our process and the wonderful team we engaged tonight, the research that was behind this plan. And I know a number of you participated as counselors in this process, but it was our tremendous pleasure in our community to be able to welcome Jeff Speck and Stantec, who we engaged to really think about how we can use our streets as more vibrant public spaces downtown, to not necessarily prioritize the automobile, but to prioritize a safer and more economically vibrant downtown. So that was the core of this project. The solution that they gave us, one that they saw proven out in more than 100 communities across this country, was the conversion of our one-way pair system to true-way travel downtown. Additionally, replacing many of our signal-controlled intersections with stop signs. Go to the next slide. So again, this was the area of focus. We had them look at the entirety of the downtown Hyannis growth incentive zone, really from east to west. This was not an approach we had taken to our downtown transportation projects. When I first started, I inherited a project that was looking at the east end. When we went out to the community to talk about that project, overwhelmingly they came back and they said to us, really what you need to be doing is thinking about having a portion of South Street go two ways. So it became very clear that we needed to step back, take a bigger look at the street as a whole. The other thing that intervened during this time was, we had the opportunity during COVID to be able to take some risks and experiment with our public spaces, and with the support of our town manager and our business community and many discussions and public meetings with our safety officials, we were able to do that sort of test pilot program where we took half of Main Street away from automobiles and gave it to the pedestrian. And we heard back again overwhelmingly from our community that they appreciated the slowed down traffic and the vibrancy that slowed traffic created on the street. Thank you, James. So again, we had the pleasure of working with Jeff Speck's team. We went through a process in the fall of 2022 that began with the collection of a ton of engineering data, maybe that our public didn't see, but really a modeling of our whole system. Jeff and his team came for almost a week and sat down with our communities in individual stakeholder groups and did a workshop where they really put pen to paper, listened to the groups in terms of what was working and priorities. We held several public meetings, very well attended public meetings on the concepts, refined those, and presented a final plan to our community. Again, it was a conceptual plan, but this was the objective of this initial project, was to look very big picture at solutions that addressed these goals. And these are a little bit hard to read, but these are ordered by priority of our community. So when we established goals for this project, the number one goal, as supported by our community of this effort, was to place more of an emphasis on pedestrians on Main Street, followed by traffic calming to enhance safety. Additional project goals were to enhance the public realm through placemaking in support of our small businesses, to address the congestion that comes as we do continue to increase residential density and encourage more multimodal multimodal travel downtown. And what Mr. Speck's team gave us was a comprehensive report that supported a number of different approaches to achieving these goals. Again, primarily the two-way conversion of Main Street, the conversion of signalized intersections to stop signs, right-sizing our lane width. It is very important to understand that the project as proposed works entirely within the existing right-of-way, with the exception of some minor curb alignments at intersections. But while this is a tremendous I think, evolution for downtown, we are working with our existing infrastructure. This is designed for efficient implementation, recognizing the importance of on-street parking and loading zones, again, to our businesses, to traffic calming and safety on the street, the ability to integrate bicycle accommodations, upgrading our pedestrian accommodations, and integrating really a comprehensive wayfinding plan that we had done with the Stantec team prior than that. So again, this is a big plan, but again, working from west to east, really the project was a comprehensive redesign of the street system, again, from one-way to two-way and supporting infrastructure. We felt with great confidence, given the feedback that we had gotten from our public and our council in applying for the MassWorks grant, to be able to support this. What we also saw when we talked to our business community was the priority to look at the North Street parking lot. Again, it has been a very difficult one, I think, for us as a community to tackle, given its shared ownership. But I think, and again, the North Street redesign and the recommendation to do that was incorporated in Jeff Speck's plan, because really when we think about it, most of the folks who come to Main Street, whether you live here or you work here or you're visiting, they're coming in their automobile and then they turn into pedestrians. So having a primary gateway into Main Street that I think reflects the character and the quality of our Main Street as we all see and feel it is an incredibly important opportunity on Main Street. So we also knew as well that a program, an economic development program like MassWorks, might not fund a project like this as a standalone, but we were able to tell the story about the connection between enhancing the pedestrian orientation on Main Street and upgrading the North Street parking lot in a way that was that we were able to be successful in a near full award on this project. So again, this is and I do just want to take a moment, to address the timing. Again, we felt an incredible amount of support for the council as we continued to update you through this process. This is sort of the time in the grant cycle where we do need to bring these one-stop grants forward for acceptance, so we can stay on the schedule that the state gives us. I will say that as detailed as the Great Streets report is, it is still a plan that's conceptual, and the first step in this process is to do sort of a next level of engineering design. And we are incredibly committed in the planning department to continuing the dialogue with our community, with our new council as we move forward, continuing to answer any questions, whether it be collectively or individually, that may arise as we work through this process. So please know that this dialogue that we have with our community is one that we hope doesn't end tonight, but it gives us the tools to do additional design, to add more certainty to a project that we hope will address a number of the questions and concerns that we have seen moving forward. So again, I just want to take a minute to recognize the tremendous work of the team at Planning and Development, Jim Kupfer and Kate Maldonado, as well as Griffin Bowden in the Department of Public Works that spent so many hours on this grant application and on the planning process itself, bringing it together. Thank you.
Thank you for that rationale. Appreciate that. And now it's time for council discussion. Anybody would like to have any questions, comments in regards to this item? Councilor Atzelis, please.
I just have what I hope to be a simple question. If you can go back to the rendering of, keep going, of the entire streetscape. There's one with 6 points in there. Yeah, that one right there. I'm not, I'm probably not reading the legend properly. What, the dotted blue line from Hyannis Harbor up to Main Street, what does that indicate?
That appears to me to illustrate the walkway to the sea, a primary pedestrian connection.
Okay, yeah,
from
I see
Main
I see
Street.
the label now. Sorry for, yeah, I wasn't
Nope,
reading
it's
close
okay.
enough.
It gets washed out. It's
No, I
very-
see it.
very
Okay,
hard
thank
to
you.
see.
No,
Yep.
please strike that comment. Thanks.
There's no bad questions here on this dais. Councilor Clark, please.
Thank you very much, President Levesque. And thank you as well to the grants coordinator who helped bring this together. Kudos to your department for bringing in that grant of $1,800,000. That's a big lift for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilor Key, please. And then Councilor
Yeah, I really liked the way that Elizabeth, you ended your presentation by saying that this is the step forward. I think what was delivered by Jeff Speck was conceptual. It had to be because of the level that he worked at. And now you're going to do the fidelity. And I hope that we do really look at it in the context of the zoning, the harbor project, to really make sure we don't miss things. So I count on you to do that and to really bring all the ideas forward and keep all of these different plans working together in a coordinated way. It's a lot.
Thank you, Betty. And if I may, President Levesque, I think with a new council coming in, this would be a really wonderful opportunity. It's about 5 years since we adopted the growth and reauthorized the growth incentive zone and adopted that growth incentive zone strategic plan, which is what we have been following very closely in terms of bringing forward these initiatives. It was one of the first things that I did here. I feel like planners excel at, making a plan, executing a plan, evaluating the results, and then adapting as we need to. So I think this is an excellent opportunity to evaluate the results and the implementation of that growth incentive zone strategic plan, and have that opportunity to talk collectively really about the comprehensive housing and economic development strategy that we are attempting to execute, which is, at this point, the key projects being, of course, the zoning, the transportation infrastructure, and hopefully, some of you were able to see the work that we did relative to Village Green and open spaces in downtown coming forward. So it is really thinking comprehensively about the downtown ecosystem, not about development, not about which way the traffic goes, but about how can we make Hyannis a great livable year-round community.
One more thing, and then, of course, the housing production plan, I know that's on your scope, and I hope that would tie into, we've had a lot of discussion about housing on Main Street, motels. I mean, it all fits together, and I think it's so important for that housing production plan, which is actually town-wide, all the villages. So it's so much going on, so much.
Absolutely, and I
Yeah.
really just, I want to take the opportunity to just say that is, a priority for our department moving forward in terms of updating that. The staff's already done a tremendous amount of work. The Healy administration just threw out a bunch of new housing initiatives, so we really want to be thoughtful about what our 5-year plan is going to be and having our community understand that. But we hope to bring that to our local comprehensive planning committee, our housing committee, and our planning board to have that discussion with each one of those groups very soon coming forward.
Councilor Cassetti, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Elizabeth, and your staff, too. It was many years ago that I think when you first joined the town, we sat in here and did some shredding and sketch out things. And the conversion to two-way was number one in my mind. I mean, I lived on Main Street, and I've experienced everything from the conversion back to two-way after the end of the summer, and on the diagonal parking, the angle parking over the years. So I'm excited for the village of Hyannis to see this, because we do need traffic calming, as our fellow counselors know, the speed of which our traffic comes through all of our villages has got to be calmed. And to remove the lights, although I do remember when the lights were first installed, and when I was a kid and we first got our driver's license, we'd go and play red light. You know, you'd stop at the red light and everybody would jump out of the car and circle around the car. And so the kids will miss playing that game, but probably just as well. But to see some signage removed, I think that's good too, because there is a proliferation of signage throughout this town, and I think this is a plus for the village of Hyannis, and I look forward to seeing it come to fruition. Thank you.
Councilor Schnapp, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Elizabeth. This is exciting news, and I have, in many capacities, been watching and waiting, and it seems like all of a sudden it's arrived with this funding. But with every grant that we receive, there's always that expectation, that match that you reference in the fiscal impact. Can you give us a sort of percentage of how much of this 1.8 million will be used toward the design and engineering, and how much is available for the implementation, and possibly what we are going to have to expect to see sometime in a CIP?
Sure. So in putting this together, we actually worked with Stantec, our engineering team, on cost estimates. So we didn't guess at the 1.8. They went through the conceptual plan and did preliminary estimates, to make sure that we were asking for a number that was both, I think, palatable to the state, as well as that would fully support this project. So, I think there are a number of I think, design challenges that we are going to have to work through as we go through this. And that's why there is no match required. But what we did indicate in our grant application is that we anticipate that, as we work through these design challenges, they may have different solutions, and some of those solutions, may require extra budget. So we just wanted to be very upfront about that, we can't put a number on it. We have been working with the Department of Public Works to make sure this project is at least in our capital cycle. So it can be considered as part of that, should we find that, a more sort of aggressive intervention is needed somewhere than we originally anticipated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Schnapp. Madam Vice President.
Yes, thank you. I love the project, and I'm really excited about it. I just wanted to make sure that two of my constituents' voices were heard. Don and Patty Erickson Taylor, who came in and spoke about Patty's stroke and her recovery from it, and what her disability is now, and how she needs accessibility on Main Street. And she had a lot of concerns, if you recall, about that not being addressed in the initial. I just want to make sure that actually has been addressed, and that she's on board and everything else.
Absolutely. So
Thank
I can say, we have, the Planning Department and the Department of Public Works have talked about that specific issue a number of times. So I will assure you it is on both of our radar, and we will continue to make sure the issue of accessibility, is part of what this, this overall project is about, is creating an environment that is accessible and walkable and safe for everybody in our community. So very much in line with project intention.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Anybody else on this side to speak? And just to something too that was brought up, and the wish that this would be phased. I can tell you, yes, that is the plan. So just to reiterate that, I'm sorry, that was a public comment. So this is very much a phased process as we move along. So any other council discussion? Okay, so this may be acted upon. So all those in favor, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye. Aye. I believe that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, so before we move on to the next item, Councilor Steinhilber.
Mr. President, I'm going to recuse myself from this item.
Thank you.
And I will also recuse myself from this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Just make a note, Council Steinhilber and Council Cullen will be leaving the dais. So sticking with, thank you, Sophia. Take care. Take care. I missed my high five. But, so moving on, Councilor Neary, if you could please, item number 2024-072.
It's my pleasure, Mr. President. This is new business. It may be acted upon and requires a majority vote. It's item number 2024-072. It's an authorization to expend a fiscal year 2024 Housing Works infrastructure grant in the amount of $1,379,840 from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities for sewer improvements in support of housing in downtown Hyannis, as written.
Second.
We have first and a second, and Director Jenkins for the rationale, please.
Thank you very much, President Levesque. Again, very proud to announce that the town of Barnstable has been awarded from the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities a Housing Works infrastructure grant in the amount of $1,379,840. We worked in collaboration with the Department of Public Works on this grant. The impetus for this really was the property at 268 Stevens Street. You might know it now as the vacant lot that used to hold an automobile dealership and a service dealership. And, you know, I think, you know, we narrowly missed the potential for that parcel to be an auto body shop and to be a car wash. But one of the challenges of developing that site is the fact that there is an upgrade to the sewer system that is necessary to support development on that lot. The Housing Assistance Corporation came to the Planning Department and the Department of Public Works and asked if we would work in cooperation with them to see if we could pursue an opportunity to improve the wastewater system in the downtown Hyannis Growth Incentive Zone in support of a planned housing project that they have on that parcel. It's a very exciting project, I think, for us when we think about our housing need and our unit mix. The proposed project is between, you know, it will be somewhere in the range of, I believe, 50 units. It's intended to be homeownership housing, primarily available for purchase by households earning 100% of area median income. So it is not very often that we see affordable homeownership projects come across. So again, we were very excited to be able to work with them and apply for this. I will say when we did apply, you know, it looked like that this had the potential to be another MassWorks grant, and we weren't really sure how that was going to work out. And then we were thrilled when the Healy administration announced the creation of this brand new Housing Works infrastructure program, which is I think created entirely for situations such as this one, to allow for partnerships that support the production and preservation of affordable housing opportunities, as well as assisting municipalities in addressing the barriers that exist to bringing those housing projects to light, particularly in some cases the need for public infrastructure. So again, thank you to the terrific team that worked on this, Jim and Kate in planning, of course, Griffin and Miro in the Department of Public Works, and Alice Marcus Craig, our grants coordinator, as well as I want to recognize David Quinn and his team at Housing Assistance Corporation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Jenkins. To council discussion, any questions in regards to this item? Councilor Clark, please.
Thank you very much, President Levesque. And again, kudos to your department for bringing in over $3 million of grant money.
Thank you, Councilor Clark. Anybody else? Councilor Lucky, please.
Yeah, just again, congratulations for home ownership. I think this is amazing. We've seen so many apartments. You know, we've got the Hanover almost finished. I've seen their Facebook ads advertising their units, you know, over there by BJ's. And to see home ownership is fantastic. And I just would be curious, what aspect of the sewer Is this just sewer? Can any more detail on what part of the sewer is required to do this?
So, and again, I'll do the best I can, but I believe what is necessary there is the way that the sewer was built out. Some of it was built by private developers and was not necessarily part of the public infrastructure system. So this project will support the addition of a new pump station right there on the corner of Stevens and North Street that'll help sort of clean up as well as the sort of collection system in that area, which will help resolve, I think, a lot of the challenges that those private property owners were seeing relative to service, and also give the opportunity to expand the ability to connect to wastewater for other properties
For other
nearby.
properties. Is it going to be an above-ground pumping station?
No, I believe, based on the preliminary design conversations we've had, it will be underground pump
Okay,
station.
thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lucky. Any other questions? Councilor Schnapp?
Yeah, I think just echoing what Councilor Lutke had said, that sounds like this project will benefit more than just this house, the condos.
It will, exactly, yes. I've watched over a number of projects that have happened over there from the regulatory perspective, and I know there are a number of challenges that all those properties have relative to sewer connection. So, I mean, yes, this is absolutely part of, I think, a larger commitment that we have, especially as we implement our CWMP and look west. Hyannis has had sewer since, 1920 or before that even, to continue to think about how we need to maintain and upgrade that system in an area that has been long designated as the sort of center of growth because of the presence of that infrastructure.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I couldn't agree with Councilor Lucky more. I think it's great that we have a home ownership component in there, and hope to see more of that moving forward, along with the rental properties. Any other questions in regards to it? Okay. Not seeing any. Council, if you could please signify your approval by raising your hand and saying aye. I believe that is unanimous for those who can vote. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time and your investment. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, James. Sorry. Could somebody grab Councilor Steinhilber? Oh, here they come. Returning back to the dais, just make a note, Councilor Cullum and Councilor Steinhilber. Okay, going back into our agenda, back to item number 6 would be the town manager communications. The town manager report has been pre-recorded and is available to the town council and the public. The report will be prepared in written form and posted on the town manager's website as in the past. The town manager and staff will be available to answer any questions regarding the report as presented. The town manager's communication for the period of November 1st through November 14th included an update on, number 1, recognize efforts of town clerk, staff, and volunteers on Election Day. Thank you very much. Town Clerk Ann Quirk and Assistant Town Clerk Jenna Murphy and their staff for a seamless operation. Number 2, update on budget action calendar. Number 3, notice of upcoming town council meeting regarding setting the tax rate. Notice of Eversource hearing on November 14th, 2023 regarding the Mid-Cape Reliability Program. Number 5, summary of meeting with Secretary of Energy and Environmental Affairs and Town Manager regarding coastal resiliency. Number 6, Kelly Colopy, Communication Manager for the Public Works Department, did provide an update on water resource management planning, including the Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan. Number 7, update from Elizabeth Jenkins, Director of Planning and Development, will provide an update on Massachusetts One Stop for Growth Award overview and associated initiatives. And number 8, update from Mark Milne, Finance Director, who will provide a review of fiscal year 2022 tax levy allocation options. Before we move on with the 2 items of presentation, is there anybody who has a question? Town Manager Mark Ells is not as in attendance, and go Red Raiders. No, I'm sorry, go Red Hawks. I know. God, The tough things can't beat. So I was trying to do a good thing, and there we go. So anybody have? Yeah, I know. Preferably, you'll take my foot out of my mouth. Anybody else like to speak on the town manager communication? Any questions? To my left, to my right. Councilor Lucky, please.
I just had one thing that I know I've spoken to Mark Ells on several occasions about, has to do with his meeting with Secretary Tepper and the coastal resiliency. And I know the last conversation, I know, Dan, you were there, and with Amber, and it had to do with the project for Stewart's Creek, which really fits right into this, with restoring as much marshland as possible. And I know the discussion was to try to set up for the grant season in the spring. So, I mean, I just love, as Chris Clark has said, all that this grant money is fantastic. It's amazing what we're being able to pull in. And I just don't want to lose sight of that. And I know Amber had said that was her focus. So just a reminder that, Stewart's Creek could absorb an amazing, amount of water there with the restoration that was being looked at. So just keep that in mind, to keep that on track for the spring grant.
Thank you for that. I'll make sure that Manager Ells does add that to any discussions moving forward. Andy Clyburn, Assistant Town Manager. I'm Mark Ells this evening. I do have some bad news. The Barnstable Red Hawks were not victorious this evening. I apologize.
Sorry to hear that.
That's all I have.
Great job. Yes. So, Councilor Clark, please.
Thank you very much. And I do have a question, please, for Assistant Town Manager. Or just a clarification. Today I had the pleasure of speaking with the Town Manager Ells at the Shellfish Volunteer Appreciation Gathering this afternoon. And I expressed to him that I had heard from several constituents concerns about the dog regulations. And he did explain to me about having an extension on.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that. We had much public response to the dog hearing of the 18 October. So those public comment was due to close tomorrow. Thanks to Lynn Poyant and Sarah Beal for pushing that out on social media. I think they put it out this Tuesday, and it went through the roof with comment, which is great. We want to hear from our community. Absolutely. We're thrilled to get it, but we are going to extend it 3 weeks till December 8th. So if anyone has further comment about the pending dog regulations, please send them our way. Okay.
One more comment, if I may.
Yes, absolutely.
I just, for the public's benefit, and this is in direct response to a couple of my constituents, that there was some concern about the no dogs on beaches on April 1st, and Town Manager Ells explained to me that it is due to the state regulations on endangered species.
That's correct. So similar to when we were here about beach raking, Mass Heritage, we don't have 4th of July fireworks anymore. This is another of those requirements as we're working with Mass Heritage to get our MESA permits in place for next year. A requirement appears to be 1 April for this, but rather than just hitting the easy button and saying no beaches town-wide till that date, staff, and I'm glad I just told them to leave right before you asked the question. Nina was here waiting patiently, but they're taking a hard look, and that's why they opened it up, and they're trying to actually expand access for dog holders. Didn't necessarily come across that way, but that's what we're trying to do, is look and only restrict it where we have to restrict it. There may be opportunity at some beaches that we have year-round access for that matter. So we're taking a hard look at that, and we're going to do all we can to not over-limit, provide as much access as we can to dog owners. Sure.
Any other questions? Okay. So right now, before we get into the presentation for the allocation of the tax levy, let's just take a 5-minute break, and we'll come right back and give them time to get ready for the presentation. Thank you. So we're back here at the Town Council meeting on November, what's today? November 16th, 2023. So just after 9:30. And I did get a news flash in, and yes, unfortunately, we heard about the Red Hawks football team, but the Red Hawks women's volleyball team will be playing in the state final at Worcester State University this Saturday at 6:30 p.m. Be there or be square. I know my family will be represented for sure. So that being said, moving on to our presentation on the allocation of the tax levy, adoption of the residential exemption, residential factor. We have Lane Partridge here, our Director of Assessing, to help us with the presentation. And this will be something that we will be reading in and moving for a vote on December 7th. So thank you. Thanks for being here.
President Levesque, members of the council, good evening. Thanks for having me here. So this is our annual visit to see you on the classification of our tax rate. This is something that we do every year. The tax rate is actually just a mathematical calculation. However, there are two decisions that you have to make that can affect that calculation. So we have what they call a split tax rate, its classification, and then also the residential exemption. Residential exemption we have to date, we're still qualifying some people. 11,348 households get the residential exemption. They also have, just so everybody knows, you have until April 1st to file your application and get it approved by us to qualify for that. If you have it to us in the next couple of weeks, we can actually show it to you on your tax bill. If not, we will process it after the January bills go out. So first of all, here's the tax levy allocation that we have. The classification law divides property into several classes: residential, commercial, industrial, and personal property. They then further lump the commercial, industrial, and personal property together. Often you'll hear it as CIP. And this is important in that if you do choose to split a rate, this is the two groups that we deal with in doing it. This is the valuation that we've come up with for this year. It was an analysis of the sales that took place in 2022. And we have determined that there is an increase in the residential values and a small reduction in commercial and industrial. The allocation here is that 89.86% of the property in Barnstable is residential, and that means rounded to 90, there's 10% that's the CIP. And that's also important because the classification law was actually put into place by Boston way back in the late 70s when they were valuing real estate at 60% for commercial and 40% for residential. In other words, giving the residential a break. And after several court cases, primarily the Sudbury case, 100% valuation was insisted by the state for all municipalities. So Boston said, well, we don't like this. So what they did is they hired a professor from UMass, PhD, and he wrote this law to benefit Boston, which was a 60-40 split. So we're a 90-10 split. So it makes it very hard for us to take advantage of this as well as some of the other communities that have it. What is the change in assessed value from previous years? So last year, you can see our 23 values. On residential, we went up about 13%. Commercial had, like I said, a slight drop. Industrial, a slight, very small rise. And personal property, we had a big jump, primarily Vineyard Wind, which is a subject that I know you're all very familiar with. But we are getting significant tax dollars out of them as well as Eversource. Both have put a lot of infrastructure into the town this past year, and we get that as growth and also increased value. So we need to talk about the levy and what we are allowed to spend under the levy or raise in real estate taxes. So the way this works is we start with last year's levy limit. We add Proposition 2.5, which allows us to spend 2.5% more than we did the year before. We also have new growth, where we were pretty fortunate with some of that increased infrastructure from the utilities. So we had $1,539,000 that got added this year. We then take into the approved debt exclusion for the regional high school, the Cape Cod Commission, and that gives us a total allowable tax levy of $145,995,297. We didn't spend all that. In balancing the budget, we had an excess of $789,796. Excess levy capacity. It's taxes that we could have taxed and raised, but didn't need to. That increase is 3.2% for over last year, and where we had roughly a 13% increase in the value of property was outpacing the spending that we were doing. Therefore, the tax rate drops. So it's all in, like I said, it's all a mathematical equation that makes it work. So here's our allocation again, just for the classes. Want to make sure you understand that the CPI is only 10%. So how do we do that calculation for a tax rate? We have our levy of $145 million. We have a total assessed value of $24 billion. We divide the two, we get 0.00592. We have tax rates are expressed in per thousand. So we times that by 1,000 and we get $5.92. That would be our uniform tax rate if you did not vote to split the rate and you did not do anything with a residential exemption. So here's the history of the tax allocation that we've had since 15. And you can see that it's pretty consistent. We're hovering right around 10-12% CIP and 90% residential. It's been fairly consistent. However, we're a big community, and little numbers, little percentages are big numbers. So if you look at this, approximately 2,377,000 would get us back to the 15 dispersion. So that's something to think about. Because residential properties are increasing in value greater than commercial, industrial, personal property, you're getting a natural shift that the residential section of our town is paying more each year than the commercial. Now, granted, it's very, very small, but it is something to consider. So we'll talk about the split tax rate first and then the residential exemption. What this chart shows is that there's really a very small monetary benefit that the residential properties would get if we shifted the rate to the CIP, the commercial, industrial, personal property, because you're taking a amount of tax that only represents 10% of all the properties. And if we increase that 30%, you're getting an equal adjustment down on the residential side, but as a percentage and as a tax rate, it's very small. So you can see that if we change the rate up to the 150%, which is the max you can go, we reduce the residential rate only to $5.59, 40-cent drop, not even that. And we're increasing the CIP greatly, up to 8.88 for a tax rate, $8.88. So it doesn't quite work for us. Again, it was Boston. It was written for Boston, and it works for Boston at 60-40. So here is a graphical representation of what would happen. You're going to actually, if you see the commercial line is the one going up, residential comes down, and you can see the angle is way different. You would increase to the max, you would increase the commercial, each average tax bill $1,703, and you would only save each residential average tax bill $190. So you can see it doesn't quite work here in Barnstable.
All right, let's talk about the residential exemption. This is something that Barnstable has done consistently for quite a few years. I can tell you that it's very popular in my office, and we have a lot of people coming in to apply for it. We do renew, we're on about a 10-year renewal right now, so if you've gotten a request for us to renew your application, it's because we're checking and making sure you're still eligible. You'd be shocked at how many people have passed away and nobody said anything. And so the children who now own the property have been getting the benefit of that, and they're using it as a summer home. So we do catch quite a few people that are no longer eligible. I don't think there's any malicious intent there. I think it's just a lack of knowledge. It is only on the primary residence, so you do have to prove to us that that is your house. We look at the federal tax return to see where you filed your federal tax return from. If it's that address, you're all set. Some people say, you know, I don't want to give you my tax return. We say, fine, give us the front page. You can redact all the numbers. We don't care. We just want to see that you did file it from that location. And that's our best test. We also can look at driver's license and registrations and other data that you can show us that that is your residence if you do not file tax returns. And we do have quite a few elderly who just get Social Security. We take their Social Security statement and then along with their license and registration, and we can qualify them that way. Trusts continue to be a nightmare for us. You're supposed to be a trustee and a beneficiary. Sometimes it's very hard to determine what that, there's very varied types of trusts. Some trusts are fine and they do qualify, other trusts do not. And that's continued headache for my staff. When you do adopt this, or if you adopt this again, it's a shift within the residential class. So we take all the discount that we're going to give through the exemption gets passed on to everybody else in the residential class. So the apartments, second homes, properties that are in trust that don't qualify will pay a good share of it. So that is something to consider as well. You can see here that there's the towns that actually do this are properties or communities that have a lot of non-ownership. So Boston with a lot of rentals, Cambridge with a lot of rentals, and then you'll see also on the list that there's a lot of Cape communities. That's all the second homes. You don't see it generally in bedroom communities of Boston. It doesn't work because 95% of the people are going to get it. So all you're doing is shifting the burden of the taxes to the more expensive homes, which isn't always necessarily that they have the extra money. Sometimes they're, you know, they've inherited a home or whatever. So you don't see it in those communities. But for Barnstable, it works very well. We have 11,000, roughly a little more than 11,000 properties that qualify out of our about 28,000 parcels. So there's a good group and a good split there that makes it work for us. So how do we calculate it? We take all the residential value, total that up, divide it by the total number of residential parcels, and we get an average residential value. That's the $857,277. At 20% of that, which is historically what you've done, that would be $171,455 that comes off the value of the assessment. That equates to a reduction in their taxes. We then, the eligible parcels, 11,630 is what we had last year. That's what we had when we put this together. So that means the exempted amount, the value that we exempt is $1,994,021,650. It's a big amount of money that we're shifting. So it is a large change in the tax rate. So the next slide that we have here explains how we do the shift. We move the money of the exempted money over the valued exempted, redo that tax where we take the levy. Now the levy doesn't change. The same amount of money is collected. We just move it to different people paying a bigger amount. So you have to divide it right back into that, that same tax levy for the residential only, and our rate goes to $6.51 from $5.92. So that's how we pay for the exemption. Okay, so we also have to look, or I think you need to look at, how does that break down? And the big thing here on this sheet that I want to point out is the break-even point. So the break-even point is where a property's increase in tax because of the increased tax rate equals the amount of money they get off from the exemption. And you can see that it's a pretty high number. It's $1,890,000. So everybody who has a value of a house less than that will get a positive impact to their tax bill. Anybody above it is going to have to pay more. So it is helping when you do a residential exemption. You are helping the more needy people. If you assume that lesser valued homes are people that aren't making as much money, might be retired. Like I said, it's not always true, but generally that's the case, and you would be helping out those people. And we see them in our office every day. And we make sure that they get qualified as best we can, and it helps everybody. If you leave at 20%, which you did last year, it would be roughly $1,116 off the tax bill. That comes off everybody's tax bill. That would be the exemption. So when you take up the hearing on this and actually have the public hearing, you're going to have two votes. You're going to need to vote a tax rate, whether you decide whether you want to split it or not. That's one vote, and then the other vote would be do the residential exemption, and what percentage do you want to do the residential exemption at? You can go up to 35%. So those are the two votes you'll have. I believe you're going to do that at the first meeting in December. And I think I've explained it all, but I'm welcome to take any questions you might have.
Thank you. Councilor Clark, please.
Thank you very much, President Levesque, and thank you very much, Lane, for your presentation. A couple of things. One, there are a lot of facts and figures here.
Yes,
so,
there are.
Is this available online for the public to see?
We can make it, I'm sure, yes. I don't know, do you have it already up? Okay.
And
Yes,
it can
already
be
up.
found on the town council's website. Thank you. And secondly, you piqued my curiosity over when you mentioned that home ownership that is held in trust, not all trusts qualify for that residential exemption.
Correct.
So perhaps it might be beneficial for people who are considering to do so to see what form of trust enable someone to benefit by the residential exemption, like a little shopping list, this kind of trust,
Yes.
living trust or non-revocable and all that.
Right, so the easiest way for me to understand it is if you're dividing it, if you're putting it in trust to avoid the nursing home, you're not going to get this.
No.
Okay, so if you're putting it in trust for avoid probate or something that you can, and some of the trusts are incredibly confusing. And in fact, we just had one that we sent out to council. We sent out to the legal department. They sent it out to an outside counsel to give them an opinion on it. And I believe that came back today. I have not seen it yet. Part of what we asked them to do is to give us a better understanding of what trusts qualify and what trusts don't. And I would love to tell you that I'm an expert on that, but it is, when lawyers are doing trust, they're doing it for a reason, and you know, it's hard for us to know all those reasons, and so it's hard for us to determine sometimes. So we do the best we can. So just if there's a question, I suggest that the taxpayers submit the information to us, and we'll take a look at it and see if they qualify. And you know, be open. It's all exempt from records law, so nobody can see it. You guys come and ask me, you want to see that? I will not give it to you. You can't see it. Nobody can see it. Town manager, Mark Milne, no one. Only the people in my office and the Board of Assessors will see that information. So it's very protected, so don't be afraid to give us everything and let us look at it. It's never going to get out into the public.
If I can follow.
Please.
Yeah, my point is if someone was going to create a trust, that they construct it so that it wouldn't disable them from
Right.
qualifying for that.
Yeah, and my big, what I would suggest there is make sure that your attorney knows that you want to get, that we have the residential exemption and you want to continue to get it. The attorneys know, but a lot of times, I mean, they know how to construct the trust, but they don't know that they need to do that because we have the residential exemption. Again, there's not a lot of communities that have it. So, you know, if they don't know, then they're not going to have that conversation. So, and we do have a lot of times we have people that put their property in trust and then they come, you know, they come to file for their residential exemption. We say, sorry, you can't get it. And then they will have it modified and then they can get it the next year. So that's something they can do.
So
But,
it can be remedied along.
Can be remedied by the lawyer, yes, by changing the trust. Yep, yep.
Councilor Atzelis, please.
Just a quick question. Will you be doing this presentation again on December 7th? Because I know there's a number of the new councilors that are here tonight, which is great. But for those who maybe aren't watching or aren't here, will you be doing this again prior to the vote?
I'll try to work that out, yes.
I mean, it's not up to me. I'm just asking the question. I didn't
Right.
know
There would
how this
probably be
goes.
just a little bit of a, there'll be a number of slides available for questions and maybe more of a shorter version, so to speak. But obviously, this is being videotaped right now, and this presentation is available.
And for any of the new counselors, call me, come in.
Please.
Whatever you want. My door's always open.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Councilor Rafferty, please.
Thank you very much. Mr. Partridge, piggybacking on Councilor Clark's question about trusts, I would recommend that once the issue that was before you is resolved, that perhaps a list of the type of trusts that you accept could be added to the informational sheet. But you prefaced your comment saying that you could submit the front of your tax bill. Does that suffice if your property's held in trust, if you simply show your tax form?
That proves that you live there. It does not prove that you own it.
Okay, so.
So there's two parts to it.
So
You
there's
have to
two
prove you
parts
own
to it. So not only supplying your tax information, but what's the other form if your property isn't held in trust?
The deed would do it
Deed.
because your name is going to be on the
Okay.
deed, yeah.
All right.
So that proves
This is
your
for the
ownership.
public's
Sure,
information.
yep, no, I get it, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Lucky.
Hi, Lane. Good to see you. I have a question about people who rent their homes to year-rounders. How are they taxed? Could they get a residential exemption, or are they at the CPI rate because they're renting their home?
Yeah, they would be at the, they would be the residential rate that everybody else would be, but they would not get the residential exemption. You have to own and occupy. So.
Now, is that something that we could look at some numbers on? Would we have data? People have approached me with this because Provincetown does this, again, to encourage and incentivize the rental of year-round properties.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not talking, large apartment buildings because, that wouldn't work. But I'm talking about, the guy who has a duplex or a single home that's being rented year-round. What would that do, or what would that take to look at adopting that?
So it would take a home rule petition to the
Okay.
legislature to be able to do some. Provincetown did that.
Yeah.
And they're a way different community than we are, and it's nice
Absolutely.
that they do it. But I don't know how, it would take quite a good craftsman to write a law that would exclude the apartment buildings and everything else. So I'm not so sure it would be, it could work here, but certainly the council could have the legal department look into that and craft something. you know,
I
know
think
that-
I just continue to always call it, and I know Provincetown, the toolbox of all the things that helps us produce the year-round housing, and also, perhaps helping the little guy that, maybe can't use the house right now, but maybe 10 years, they're going to retire here, and, like you said, it's not always the case of people that are summer residents, that they have, enormous sums of money. It may be something that's been generation handed down. I know, where I live, it's very much a summer community, and people have to rent. They can't pay their taxes, they have to rent. So, I'm just thinking, again, the toolbox, expanding it. If, I don't know what the other folks think here, but I thought it was a worthy idea to look at.
I think it's fine to look at it. I would say that I think you're going to find that most of the ones that I've seen, including the Provincetown one, is you have to have a year-round lease.
Oh, absolutely.
Not
No,
just-
that's what I would,
Not just
yes.
9 months.
No, I think a
And
year-round.
most people who are in that predicament, I've done analysis on this, and 75% of income comes from 4 months. So, you're going to give up a significant amount of
I see what you're saying,
income
yeah.
by renting year-round. So, it'd be fine to try it, but I don't think you're going to get a lot of takers, because they can make way more money renting it, even July and August. They'll get way more money than they're going to get renting it in a year-round basis.
Right, no, I see your point.
I mean, it's
yeah.
like,
The
it's
economics.
like, what you can get in the winter is about, $2,500 to $3,500 a month. You can get that and more in a week in the summer. So you can see the disproportion. So people aren't going to do it, I don't think. But it's a great idea.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Key. Councilor Schnapp, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Lane. Along the line of Councilor Rep. Grissetti, with the notification to homeowners that they have to recertify their residential exemption, last year I got caught in a little kind of timing issue. It was sent out in the fall.
Yeah.
It was due on April 1st, but my tax bill my residential exemption went away. And I don't know if
Right.
that was just a one-time glitch in our system, or if that was something that will not continue.
So the way we do it is we send out the first mailing with an application in August. We send another one out in the fall if you have not responded. And then on the tax bill, we take it off the tax bill. So then when you get your tax bill, you're going to see you didn't get it. You still have 3 months to apply to get it. Now, if I waited until April and then took it off because you didn't apply, I can't help you. You're done for the year. So I can't go back once you've missed that April 1st date. The law is very clear. So we give you 3 notifications. We give you 2 letters, and we take it off of the tax bill. So we're hoping, when your tax bill goes up, you kind of go, oh, okay, something's wrong here, I better call. So that's the 3rd chance we're giving you. And we do it that way because then you have still till April 1st. You get your tax bill 1st of January, you still have February, March to come in and see us and get it.
Okay.
So
It
I
may
don't
have
know
been
how
just-
else better to do it.
Yeah, it might just be the communication that it's advisable to do it prior to the end of the year so that your January bill won't have the drop off. And I think that was a little
Right.
unclear.
Yeah,
so.
that's good, but
Okay.
you never lose. So even if it's dropped off the January bill, you apply, we give you an abatement and you get it right back on.
And that did happen, so that.
Yeah.
Okay. thank
We
you.
did take care of you, that's good,
Yes, we
okay.
did.
No special treatment for counselors,
Anybody else to my right? Yes, to my right. Left. Anybody else? Thank you much for the presentation. Great job. I appreciate it.
Great, thank you, Mr.
Have a
President.
great night. Moving on to our next item under Town Manager Communications, we have the annual update on the rental registration program. We have Brian Florence, Director of Inspectional Services, with us, and his deputy as well, Jeff Carter. Thanks for being with us.
Good evening, President Levesque and Town Council members.
Microphone's on.
Thank you. Thank you. I never speak loud enough into this thing. I apologize. I am not a smooth talker, just a soft talker. Before we get started, I just want to thank Deputy Jeff Carter for his efforts. He keeps a really close eye on this program for us and works closely with our expert health division staff to manage this program. My name is Brian Florence. I'm your building commissioner and Director of Inspectional Services, and as was introduced, this is the annual rental registration update. Chapter 170 is our, see if I can get this right, yeah. Chapter 170 is our rental registration ordinance. This regulates all rentals in the town of Barnstable, regardless of the length of stay. You'll hear some information coming up here about short-term rentals, and that information is provided at the request of this council. All right, short-term rentals, by background and context, in 2019, the Massachusetts DOR required registration and excise tax on rentals for less than 30 days, as you may recall, and they designated these rentals as short-term rentals at that time. Town Council Subcommittee took up the issue of short-term rentals, and Barnstable began receiving revenue from the DOR and those short-term rentals. In 2020, the council considered regulating these short-term rentals through the zoning and general ordinance. They discussed registration, health, safety, good neighbor matters, as well as potential limits on short-term rentals. Some of those limits were a town-wide cap up to 1,500 and a maximum of 2 per owner. In November of that year, Town Council withdrew those amendments in favor of gathering additional information. As some of you may recall, both sides of the discussion, we were lacking information. So the Town Council appropriated funds to engage a fact-gathering service. There are many out there. We chose a company called Granicus that has a program called Host Compliance. That product tracks rentals that are advertised online, provides statistical data, manages a complaint hotline, and assists with enforcement. Barnstable has used this tool to provide the information, some of the information before you hear today. The service has successfully ID'd all of the short-term rentals operating in Barnstable. Over 90% of those are whole home rentals, and less than 2% of owners own more than one rental. We really have one. All right. So our numbers for short-term rentals, or rental registrations, these are all rentals. Registered units, we have a total of 3,465. Less than 31 consecutive days, or the short-term rentals, we have 789. Seasonal rentals, we have 195. What's the difference between those? Seasonal rentals are more than 31 days, but less than year-round. And then year-round is our biggest inventory, and we have 2,482 rental units that are year-round. New property registrations in 2023, we had a total of 439. 185 were short-term, 39 seasonal, and year-round was 215. So the past 3 years, 2021, we had 689 rentals, short-term rentals, excuse me, and 22, 818, and 2023, 956. It's important to note that Host Compliance's algorithm, this information comes from Host Compliance, their algorithm can only determine who's advertising. So that's a ceiling of the maximum amount that could possibly be taking place. That's not the way it usually works out. There's usually around 700 that are occupied. These numbers include, another interesting point, these numbers also include bed and breakfasts. They include lodging houses and some hotels and motels that advertise on these the online platforms. Revenue for 2023, in 2021 we had 1.5 million, 2022 1.7, and 2023 1.8. The revenue is reflective, and it goes right along with increase in property values. We didn't have that many increases in number of units, but the revenue went up. We worked with the finance department, and Director Milne helped us realize that a lot of that has to do with the increase in property value. So registered short-term rentals by village, Hyannis and Centerville have the most, and Marston's Mills and West Barnstable have the least. One of the things that we did when we obtained host compliance as our service providers, we got a hotline, a complaint hotline. And so the total rental registration related complaints in the last 3 years were 295 in 2021, 349 in 2022, and 264 as of November 1 this year. On that hotline, we received 51 total complaints for the year. 44 of those identified by the callers as short-term rentals. However, when we investigated and did the research on it, only 14 were actually short-term rentals. 4 were undetermined, and 33, or 2/3, were year-round rentals, is where the complaints came from. All right. So new for 2023, we transitioned to online registration and payments through our existing platform and took it out of host compliance. And the reason we did that is because, and many of you are you're registered with OpenGov, you get your beach permits, your building permits, your dump stickers, and those types of things. So it's all in one platform. It makes it more convenient for our property owners and staff. It provides additional payment options for property owners. They can use credit cards to pay for their registration. And we're better able to track relevant data points to provide better accounting and more accurate numbers for you folks. We also had our complaints run through our code compliance program. Some of you know about that, some of you don't. You'll be hearing a little bit more about it in coming months. It provides additional resources for tracking those complaints and also administer and managing the process. It provides complete property records for the health and building division and puts that all under one program. So coming up for 2024, the renewals, we're going to have all the current registration holders will receive a renewal notice directly from OpenGov, and they'll receive process instructions. Registrations, the new registrations will be through the OpenGov online portal, like we said, and located on the Health Division's webpage. And if anybody in the public or property owners that have questions about it, they can reach us at 508-862-4072. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Florence. Looking to my left, are there any questions in regards to this update? Anything to my right? Vice President Cullen, please.
Hi, yes, thank you for the presentation. I just wondered, have we costed out what it costs to have the 24/7 hotline available, since it's only yielding 14 real calls?
Yeah, it's about $1,800 a call.
Oh, then we need to get rid of that. You should consider that, getting rid of that. It's not worth it. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Cullen. Council Rep Crucetti, please.
Thank you, Brian. Question, so the hotline versus police, any feedback from the police? If someone's going to complain, they might not know about the hotline to complain to. So are you coordinating calls, complaints through the police department and the hotline?
We don't coordinate them. Assistant Manager Clapper, do you remember what the percentage was? Like 4, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
obviously, anytime
Yeah.
we encourage folks, if in doubt, call 911.
Yeah.
And we would, that data then gets sent over to the department. So it would not be considered one of the calls of this hotline, but it would be captured in the code compliance, in the number of complaints.
Okay. And is the registration still $90 a year?
It is. You'll be seeing a fee schedule revision here soon. We're just finalizing some things, so we'll see you in March, hopefully.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Lucky, please.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. I just had a question, because you said that you mix up the B&Bs, the lodging, the homes. Do you know how many of these are single-family homes? Is that?
I don't right offhand, but I can get that information for you. I think one of the statistics that we have is 90% of them are whole home rentals. They're single-family homes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that would,
So less than 10% of the Airbnb, the bread and
Okay, so
bed and
most of them
breakfast lodging
are.
houses. Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lucky. Any other questions to my right? Councilor Schnapp, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Brian. Just to follow up on the question about the cost of host compliance, so we get the 24/7 complaint hotline, and we get this aggregate data of number of advertised properties. So we wouldn't get that from anywhere else, or?
The aggregate number of properties being advertised, no, we wouldn't be able to get that anywhere
Okay.
else. The complaint stuff, if they weren't calling in on the complaint hotline, they'd call our office.
Right. So, but is
Or
there any
emails.
value, and I know that, I think in previous presentations, that, we're expecting everyone to do their thing and register their rentals, but is there ever any matching of what we find on host compliance and making sure that that is a registered property?
I will say that the tracking has been very helpful for us. It helps us identify, it literally identifies all the short-term rentals that are being advertised
Mhm.
on over 80 platforms. So I think that's a valuable tool.
Okay.
The hotline, maybe not so much. That's something you folks would want to consider.
You want to explain the hotline's one module of the 60,000?
Yeah, when we buy the product from Host Compliance, there's a menu of services we can get, and the hotline is one of those menus. Yeah.
Okay.
One of those menu items.
So you could change the menu?
Yes,
Got
ma'am.
you.
Yep.
Great.
Councilor Lucky.
I just had one more question on this host compliance. Is this meant to be a permanent tool, or was it a tool that became a subset of the decision to back off the regulatory process until we gather data? Or is this going to, and do you see the regulatory process getting back in gear now that we've collected data for 3 years?
So it was a subset, and that's up to you folks. I mean, I don't know if everything that we've learned over the last 4 or 5 years is what we thought in the beginning. It's what the committee thought in the beginning, and it's what other communities that are now looking at this 3 years, 4 years behind us are all coming to the same conclusions you saw in Nantucket, Provincetown. So it's up to you folks to decide whether you want to keep it or not. I do like the.
Can I just chime in?
Yes, sir.
It's a very valuable tool that I would not recommend getting rid of. It's a very valuable tool.
The tracking,
For the
especially.
tracking.
Yeah.
Literally, it's a force multiplier. It would cost us a lot more in personnel resources. We use that tool to identify every short-term rental in town. And we use it to send letters to enforce compliance. So it identifies it, and then we have our internal system where these are all registered, where we have our own registration, and they can quickly use this tool to enforce or compel compliance. So, and it generates letters for us. So
us enforce it.
I absolutely would not recommend. I think it's a very, very wise investment for us to continue this. I don't foresee
Yeah, no,
us
that
ever
sounds,
not
thank
using
you,
it.
Andy, that sounds terrific. I'm just wondering if then it becomes part of the regulatory process. Is then a regulatory process put into to complement it? Or does it stand almost as itself as a regulatory process of a sort?
We estimated it would take us 6 additional staff members to try to come close to replicating what they do. And we couldn't compete with that.
I think to try and better answer your question, it's a tool that's used in our existing regulatory process. So we don't have specific short-term rental regulations. We have a rental registration program. This is a subset because 3 years ago, we really wanted to take a hard look. There was major concerns in our community if we needed to go to that point. And we made a commitment rather than jumping into further regulation to track that. And that's why, particularly the caps we've been tracking, but they've incorporated it into our rental registration process. So you pay that $90 whether it's a year-round or a short-term rental or a seasonal. But we track them separately for the purpose of keeping an eye on the short-term rentals. If we do see it increasing to the point that it needs to be addressed, then these tools would be imperative in enforcing any future regulations that may come about.
And identifying that issue.
No, that's what, that helps. It's just the first time I'm seeing it, having been here, my time, which is limited, of course. And I'm just wondering, because I knew that the regulatory process was set aside 3 years ago. And this, does that go?
Well,
I'm just
I would
trying
say
to
a
figure it.
specific regulatory process specific to short-term rentals was set aside. But these were already being regulated as part of our rental process. So these rentals, whether it's short-term, long-term, or what's the third category? Seasonal. They all get registered, they get inspected. The safety security concerns are being addressed in our rental registration process, in our regulatory process under inspection services.
Just to add clarification, when the state created the definition of a short-term rental as something under 31 days, we had to make a decision to include, that these should be included in our rental registration system. And there were already short-term rentals that were, but I think, we then made it.
Yeah, but they weren't registered, right? Right out of the box. When we first brought this to council about 3 years ago, the monitoring software identified around 700, but we thought that number is probably closer to 900. And that's what it's kind of panned out to be. And they do turn over quite a bit, but those weren't registered. So now, and I think the presentation that Brian, the annual update from 2 years ago, maybe worth going back and taking a look at, that first year where we started compelling compliance, sending out the letters, issuing citations if they didn't comply, you saw a drastic increase to where we got well over 90% compliance right out of the box. And I don't think people were necessarily trying to evade us. A lot of them just didn't know. You go on Airbnb, I want to list my house and rock on. You don't need anything from the town. And we weren't, because we were more of a complaint-based enforcement, we weren't compelling that compliance. But once the DOR decided to put these regulations in place and tax these, and we became the recipient of those tax dollars, we had to address it. And that's what kind of led to should we regulate? If so, how? Many, many hours, many, many meetings discussing how we go about doing that. And where it landed basically was we should have it monitored, keep it in the current rental registration program for now, but track these. And if it does become a problem, then we should bring it back and reconsider. And that's why Brian and Jeff come here annually to report these numbers.
No, thank you. Very, very good presentation. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions for Commissioner Florence? Okay, thank you very much for the update. Actually, I have a couple of questions. I'm sorry. So we obviously are much below what we proposed originally of the 1,500 maximum. And we also talked about 2 per owner. Do we know how many people even have 2?
One.
One has more than
One has more than 2.
One has more than 2.
I'm sorry, there are 14 that have 2. Thank you.
14 owners that
14
have
with
2, and
one has more.
And more than 2. And how many does a one that has more than 2? How many do they have?
3.
Okay. So, I mean, there was a legitimate, I think, fear that there was going to be companies that were going to come in and buy up houses to try to rent them and in short term, and so that hasn't happened. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night, folks, and
thank you.
Thank you all for your service.
Yes, thank you, sir. Okay. So, it is now time to act on the minutes. Madam Vice President, please, if you could help me out on that.
I'd like to make a motion to act on the minutes of November 2nd, 2023 as written.
Second.
We have a first and a second, and do we have any discussion? Oh, yes, Councilor Clark.
Thank you very much, President Levesque. I just wanted to clarify in the minutes that, as was captured, that regarding the shellfish discount for recreational shellfishing regarding veterans, that it's not necessarily a beach pass, but I'm suggesting that what was drafted be converted to the town offers shellfish licenses for out-of-town veterans at the same price as town of Barnstable residents.
Okay,
Because it's not a pass.
okay, so scrivener's error, thank you.
No, thank you.
It's okay. Anybody else? Any other further discussion? Okay, if you could signify your approval for the minutes by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Excellent, thank you. And now it is time for council communications, elected officials, boards, committees, staff, commission reports, correspondence, announcements. Anything to my left? Councilor Atzelis.
Know what I'm going to talk about.
The
'cause
Centerville Stroll.
I did it about 3 months early.
Yes.
Before, so I was so
Yes.
excited. Centerville Stroll, December 10th, 3 to 6. And I hope to see everybody there that's in this room and those that are watching, and all of you too, because I'll be grilling hot dogs again. Yes. So I've been told that we make the best hot dogs on the Stroll. That's not me saying it, it's just what some people told me, but just,
In full
hope to see you there.
I will
But you're
be
the
there.
only hot dogs
and by
on
the
the
way,
Stroll.
I am Serve Safe certified and Tip certified. Not that that's going to come in handy, but tips, but Serve Safe will.
Very good. I'm going to be in front of the Sproul residents singing, so.
I'll be throwing hot dog rolls at you.
Yeah, very good.
3 to 6.
I'm actually going to be,
Oh, I
I'm going to
don't
be, I'm going to do 3 sets, so, yeah.
So Councilor-elect Tamish has to take notes so he can do hot dogs next year. No, it's you. It's the only.
It's his job. He's not giving that
You're gonna
up.
have to fight him for it.
There'll have to be an election. Nathan's hot dog, yeah. Anyway, Councilor Clark, please.
Thank you very much, President Levesque. And to piggyback on Councilor Atzelis's pitch for the Centerville Stroll, in West Barnstable, we have the annual village tree lighting at 5 o'clock on Sunday, December 3rd, always the first Sunday of December. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Clark. Anybody else to my left? Councilor Schnepp, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to let everyone know, even though it's kind of late in the night, that the Hanover Hyannis development that was referenced, I think, earlier this evening, there are 36 units of affordable housing available. There's going to be a lottery for those units. You need to get an application in no later than November 27th. That's a Monday. At the moment, and I don't know if Jillian has any additional information, the only applications I saw available were online. I don't know if they're available anywhere else, but you can get them at sebhousing.com. So that's for Hanover Hyannis.
Thank you, Councilor Schnepp. Very important. Yes, Councilor Representative.
Christmas in Katuitt, December 3rd, all day. And Santa comes at 3:45 at the town dock. And then there's Christmas tree lighting and cookies and Christmas carols around the Christmas tree. So hope to see people there. Hope for good weather, too. Thanks.
Anything? Anybody else? Councilor Cullen, please.
Yes, I just wanted to announce to all new counselors that the MMA, although it doesn't require, the reason I'm even saying this is because as a school committee member, you're forced to take a course of 8 hours to show you the ropes. And it's just interesting to me that the Mass Municipal Association doesn't require that of newly elected officials. They do offer a course, but it's not compulsory. So that is December 9th. I think Cindy probably emailed everybody out about it, but I wanted to make sure you know that it's important. You're coming into a really busy calendar, and we have been doing a lot of work up here beyond the huge issue of the wind farm. There's a lot more going on than that. So just to get you up to speed on how the municipal government works, how it's different from a select board town administrator or town meeting. It's just really important to figure all that out. So again, you can search your emails. I'm sure Cindy emailed you out. She told me she did, but it would be time well spent. I think it's a 6-hour course on December 9th. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Clum. Just to add to the Christmas stroll list, right here on the green on December 1st, I believe the festivities start at 5:30, might be 5. Get here early. They're going to be doing something new this year. They're going to be lighting a boat. So there'll be a boat lighting ceremony, and that will kick off the Christmas extravaganza of the weekend. The Love Live Local will be here on the 2nd, and then there'll also be the boat parade in Hyannis Harbor and many other festivities. So that's always a good time. And again, the new part of it is Friday night with the boat lighting. So put that on your calendar. And also, too, I think Councilor Starr would appreciate me saying this, on Wednesday, December 6th, is biggest probably Christmas block party on Cape Cod, and that would be the Barnstable Village Christmas Stroll. That's from 6 to 8. Always a good time, and right there in front of the courthouse and along Route 6A there in the Barnstable Village. So I just wanted to mention that as well. It would be time for the town manager performance review, but I'm just going to push that off to the end of the agenda so we can keep moving along. I'm actually going to take another item out of secession just for the people who are watching, and I just want this. I know it's already late, but at the same time, I think it's important to bring this up now, as we're doing the best we can as we move through the agenda. I think the resolve moving the town council strategic plan, rather, and Vice President Cullum, if you could, please, item number 2024-073.
Item 2024-073, resolve approving the town council strategic plan for fiscal years 2024 and 2025. This may be acted upon with a majority vote.
First and a second. So, just so that everybody knows, this is our responsibility as a town council to take on the strategic plan periodically. And last year, normally we would do it in 2022, but we had 2 open seats that were vacant on the council. So Councilor Schnepp and I both agreed that it would be best to wait till the new councilors were seated, Councilor Lucky and Councilor Cusack, and we began that process with a meeting in October of 2022. And then from that meeting, we came up with some notes and some things to discuss in regards to it, and that we would have a more robust conversation in the summer of 2023 and try to get something ratified by the budget season, which we are currently in. And so with that, we had our meeting in August, and then I received the notes from the consultant. And at the end of the month, I reviewed those, went over those with the consultant just to make sure that certain things, there were items in there that were not relative anymore, committees that we don't have anymore, just kind of clean up. And then once we got kind of a draft that would be submittable to the council, it would go to the council for review and for comment. At that point in time, the council, I did get some feedback. I would have liked to get more feedback at that point, but we were also in the middle of a special meeting that we were trying to plan on October 23rd, and then also with elections happening, I sent it out once again in the midst of that for feedback, to get some more feedback, just to make sure that their thoughts in the past meetings were clear, and then incorporated it into the strategic plan. Again, most of it is cleanup or just adding, trying to improve certain things, just to kind of go over some highlights. One major thing that we were going to put into the cog of the wheel, if you attended or watched those meetings, they were available to the public, and thank you to the public that did comment via email or reached me by phone. I know other councils got feedback as well. But one of the big things was the DEI aspect of it, which we talked about in both meetings, the one in October and the one in August. And that we talked about maybe making it a larger wheel that would incorporate all the cogs of the wheel that we talked about. But at the same time, I also got feedback from counselors that we're just not quite sure exactly how it fits and how it prioritizes. So it was more important to make sure it was in there. And as we hired the DEI coordinator and then we talked about involving the schools, which is happening actively, and then moving forward with that, maybe the next time this is a living document, can be honestly opened up by a council at any point in time to review, and maybe it'll be a better placement at that point in time that we can, permanently place that somewhere in our diagram. And then moving on with certain aspects, eyes towards sustainability, talking about the growth dollars that we had mentioned, and then moving forward. I will say, Council, you have a copy in front of you. There is a Scribner's error under the economic development part, and it says here that the work with public and private schools in Barnstable and Community College to help promote job policies of community, including job training. That should read to help promote community career opportunities, including job training. So I believe that should be corrected. And but again, it was more of a Scribner's error from a previous draft to this draft. But are there any further? I will stop there. Is any highlights or anything other the councilors want to discuss? And again, let me reiterate too. I think it was important. This council worked on this strategic plan. The process was always to come up with something and have something ratified in this budget season that's coming up in 24-23, and that would be applicable for 24-25 as well. So, but at any point in time with the new council coming in, if they want to reopen it, once new leadership is in, they can do that, and we can have discussions from improving the process to addressing certain things that they feel are missing, or modify things that they are currently there. So with that, Councilor Clark, please.
Thank you very much, President Levesque. Is this document available for the public to see?
It is currently by request, but as soon as it's ready, it will be placed on our website. Councilor Lucky, please.
Thank you, President Levesque. And I will say, you and I spoke earlier today on this, and I do have some concerns about it. And I'll just speak those here so the others can understand where I'm coming from. I don't think this should be ratified tonight because it's a forward-looking document. It's a strategy that's going to set ahead. It has right on there 24-25. And I think with 6 counselors turning over, I think it would be a really nice way for the 7 of us that are remaining to bring those people in and continue discussions. And I shared with you that I thought the 2 Zoom sessions were insufficient, and I know it was put out, for review and comments back, and that lacked a little bit of clarity, at least for me, it did. And I thought there should have been a 3rd session where we really worked, to finalize it. So for those reasons, and you mentioned, the new leadership, and who knows who that's going to be. No one knows how that's going to go. You said they could reopen it, but I think the better gesture would be not to ratify it. And good work was done on it, but I think it still needs a little bit, like you said, the diversity, equity, inclusion piece. Maybe that could be looked at. And with all the, what I said earlier with Elizabeth Jenkins, everything that's going on, there's so much. It would be a good way to welcome the new counselors. So that's my opinion on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor King. Anybody else like to speak to it? Vice President Collins, please.
The point of ratifying it is it was this council's work. And what President Levesque said stands true to this day. The next meeting, you guys can open it up and change it. But honestly, I worked hard to get the DEI thing in here, and I want to ratify it tonight. Because prior to this point, we've had nothing that addressed diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I've worked for 12 years to attain that. So for me, it's important that this council finish up its work as every council has prior to this that I've been on. So it's not a final document that gets mounted on the wall. It's a living document that you guys can modify as you see fit, but we deserve to draw a line in the sand with what our decisions were. So that's how, and the new council doesn't begin tonight. The new council begins the next meeting. This council ends tonight. We should ratify the document. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cullum. Anybody else? Councilor Shaughnessy, please.
Thank you. In looking at the diversity, equity, inclusion piece, which I think was a wonderful inclusion, I just want to note that the first 3 bullet points address strictly diversity. The final bullet point brings it back to DEI. I'd like to propose an amendment to the 4th bullet point where the word diversity is replaced with DEI, just to get that equity and inclusion back in there, because I think the equity piece is really important.
Very good. Did you want?
You know, 18% of the town voted, so I think it's important for that other majority of the town that
82%, yeah.
Yeah.
Attorney Norbert, could you help me? Do we need to amend this then? Okay. Anybody else have any other things they want to amend? So voting to amend. Yeah. Yes, please.
I'd like to move to amend the 4th bullet point under the diversity, equity, inclusion heading to read, research, develop, recommend, and execute strategies to foster DEI goals as read.
Second.
First and a second, and council, if you could please show your approval by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous to amend. Any other comment? Councilor Edslis, please.
I'll keep it brief. I'd like us to ratify this tonight as well. We're the council that was involved with it. We should see it through. And if they want to address it next time, the new council, go right ahead.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Edslis. Anybody else? Okay. Not seeing any. Council as amended, the strategic plan as amended, if you could signify your approval by raising your hand and saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? And any abstaining? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Council, and thank you for your work on that. Okay, moving into the orders of the day. Here we go. We're going to have to take actually, why don't we just take a motion to go past 11 o'clock?
Second.
First and second, Council, if you could please signify your approval by raising your hand and saying aye. Aye. Okay, I think that's unanimous. Anybody no? Okay, just making sure. Where's James Tinsley when you need him? So here we go. Council Steinhuber, please, if you could, 2024-060.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is item 2024-060, appropriation and transfer order in the amount of $2,500,000 in Community Preservation Act funds to increase the number and availability of community housing units in the town of Barnstable. This is a public hearing, roll call majority.
Second.
We have first and a second. We have Assistant Manager, Town Manager Andy Clyburn here for the rationale, please.
Good evening, Town Council. Andy Clyburn, Assistant Town Manager again. I'm joined by Lindsay Council, the Chair of our CPC Committee, and just of note, Mark Milne is another trustee that is with us this evening, and our Affordable Housing Growth and Development Trust Coordinator, Jillian Douglas, is also with us to help answer any questions that you may have. So the Affordable Housing Growth and Development Trust Fund was established in 2007 to provide the preservation and creation of affordable housing in the town of Barnstable for the benefit of those low and moderate income households and for the funding of community housing. Trust members are appointed by the town manager and ratified by town council. By statute, the town manager or her designee must be a member of the trust board. The current members include Town Manager Els, myself, Finance Director Mark Milne, Affordable Housing Representative Laura Schutfeld, and Economic Development Representative Wendy Northcross. Our 2024 request, the trust is seeking appropriation of an additional $2.5 million of community preservation funds for the preservation, creation, and acquisition and support of community housing. The Community Preservation Act specifically allows CPA funds to be transferred to a municipal affordable housing trust by Mass General Law, Chapter 44 Bravo. Quote, a city or town may appropriate money in any year from the Community Preservation Fund to an affordable housing trust fund. The Community Preservation Committee unanimously recommended this appropriation at its October 16th meeting. On both the 23rd of January in 2020 and August 19th of 2021, the Town Council voted unanimously to appropriate $2.5 million of CPC funds to the trust to increase the number and availability of community housing units within the town of Barnstable. Some current projects, recent projects, we have the 850 Falmouth Road, $1.4 million that created 10 units of affordable housing at 50% AMI. We have commitments that include the Cape and Islands Veterans Outreach Center for $90,000, Friends or Relatives with Autism and Related Disabilities for $375,000, Linnell Landing for $500,000, and pre-development funds for the 302 Main Street in Hyannis of $50,000. We also have a Housing Assistance Corporation application under consideration. So that totals about $2.9 million. So potential uses of additional CPA funds include development activities to support gap funding where there is a shortfall of private and public funding to support the development of affordable community housing, rental, or homeownership units. Development activities include land acquisition, new construction, redevelopment of existing structures or buildings, the conversion of market units to affordable housing units, and may include mixed-use development opportunities. Pre-development activities to determine the viability of residential development on a particular site, whether the site is vacant or developed. Funds will be made available for costs relative to architect and engineering fees, financial feasibility analysis, appraisals, 21E reports, and other costs associated with examining the feasibility of community housing developments. We are seeking partnerships to leverage funds for direct assistance programs as well, which include first-time home buyers and/or rental assistance programs. We're also looking at town-owned parcels to determine the potential for residential development on town-owned sites or support readying parcels for development. The proposed fund allocation, based on the current fund balances by program area, the trust is requesting $1,049,551 from the housing reserve and $1,450,449 from the undesignated reserve for a total of $2.5 million. With that, we'll entertain any questions that you may have.
Thank you. This is also a public hearing. Does anybody here like to speak during public comment? Mr. Chu?
Yeah. Well, this is my first public hearing as a healthy person, and I'm starting to understand it, and that's pretty amazing.
Thank you, Mr. Chu. Anybody like to participate remotely?
There is no one for this item.
Okay, then I would close the public hearing and open up to council discussion. Anybody to my right, any questions, Councilor? I'm sorry, for Assistant Town Manager Andy Clyburn. Councilor Schnapp, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Andy. Could you just go over the numbers that are currently in the amount of money that's currently in the trust? You had said that we had approved two $2.5 million awards to the trust. That would be 5. And this would,
right, and we've
is
got
that
about
the right
$3
number?
million. Am I reading that correctly? Yeah. So this is anticipation of upcoming projects. We have had inquiries. So what you see there is a total of about close to 3 million, and we've had 5. So
Okay.
So we have 2 left. 5 minus 3 is 2.
So you know, 2 left with these
Yeah,
projects
so we have 2
funded.
left, and then we're asking for 2.5 more, basically to,
Gotcha.
yeah,
Okay.
to build up the
Refill
coffers.
the
so to say.
coffers.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
absolutely.
I don't know if this is the best time, but I know that the trust provides a report to the CPA for the funding requests.
Mhm.
Could you copy the council on those reports going forward?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Schnapp. Councilor Lucky, please.
I just had a question. You said Wendy Northcross was part of economic development. I thought we didn't have that committee anymore. Is that the committee, economic development? or-
No, I apologize. Those are kind of our areas of expertise, if you will. We're all part of the Affordable Housing Growth and Development Trust. We have, it's a 5-member trust, and currently, Manager Els, myself, and Mark Milne are all on it. Laura and Wendy are both, we're all equal trust members. It's just, we try to make sure that we have, at a minimum, an expert in affordable housing and an expert in economic development. Those are the roles that Laura and Wendy currently fill.
Just how do you define economic development? What is that subset? I mean, I understand the affordable housing. You know, I've listened to them, and Laura is amazing.
Yes, she is.
But I'm just wondering, what is economic development? How do you define that piece of
I'll
this
defer,
board?
Elizabeth, do you have I'll defer to Elizabeth. She's probably got the best definition for it.
I'd be happy to. If I may, Elizabeth Jenkins,
Please.
Director of Planning and Development. There are sort of 2 parts of having an economic development member on our trust. The first is our Affordable Housing Trust is actually very uniquely enabled amongst trusts across the Commonwealth in that it does have a separate pot of money that can be expended explicitly for economic development programs. So these can be anything, you know, in our spectrum of economic development work, from specific job creation or, you know, a lot of the downtown revitalization type of projects that we talk about. But also, you know, when we think about the interaction between housing and economic development, I always like to say jobs and housing are 2 parts of the same coin. If you're going to have housing, most of us need to be able to have that sustainable employment to be able to maintain it. So it gives the opportunity to have a representative that really understands our workforce needs, speaking to our affordable housing needs as well.
So it looks like you haven't done any awards for that specific area. It's all been in the house.
We have made awards under that economic development category. Those would not be eligible for these CPA funds. So the presentation that Mr. Clyburn gave is focused on projects that were expended and were eligible for Community Preservation Act housing funds.
Okay, thank you.
I believe that the report that we provide, that Paula asked the council be copied on, does delineate that. I know that the amount that we currently have that's not CPA is very, very, very small. Like, yeah, $30,000.
Thank you. Any other questions? Charlie McLaughlin.
Thank you so much. I just want to quickly add Bob Smith, who was our esteemed town council for years and years. Bob, when this was formed, had a twinkle in his eye and thought that apropos of the 2-sided coin analysis that Elizabeth provided, that this might present a good opportunity, depending on source of funds, for some economic development that might allow, for example, mixed-use development, some of the money going to the commercial side, some to the residential, and he just thought it was a good opportunity. The original legislation authorizing the trust is very broad and does allow for investment, ownership, lending, et cetera, et cetera. So there are some mechanics there that we could avail ourselves of if we had the money. The very first injection of funds into the project, into the trust rather, was $1 million that we had out of the project down on Craigville Beach Road, thank you, and for the conversion of that motel to high-end condos, and there was a fee, $1 million fee paid in lieu of creating affordable units in that. And those monies have been dispersed slowly over the almost 15-plus years now, and I think we're under 100,000 left in the unrestricted funds. It does present an opportunity for discussion at some point, but our ability, our two sources of funds are right now CPC and what's left of that $1 million contribution from 15 years ago. And there's very little of the unrestricted money, therefore everything that remains in here is CPC restricted. I think we would do well at some point to spend some time figuring out if there were other funds that might come in that from other sources that might assist with even more economic development to mirror image the affordable housing side. But that's the background, and the legislation is there. And with Bob's smiling face, he threw in the economic development side, and that's the history, and I'm sticking to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair McLaughlin. Any other questions? Okay, this is a roll call majority vote. Roll call, please. Assistant Town Clerk Janet Murphy.
Councilors, Atlas,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Cusack,
Yes.
Rapcorsetti,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez, Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp, Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr, Steinhilber.
Yes.
Passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm going to recuse myself on this item coming up.
Thank you very much, Councilor Rapcorsetti. Councilor Schnapp, if you could, please. Item number 2024-061.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an item of old business requiring a public hearing and a roll call majority full council. Item number 2024-061, appropriation and transfer order in the amount of $1,825 in community preservation historic preservation funds for the restoration and preservation of the historic artifact known as the German POW bottle, as written.
Second.
We have a first and a second, and Lindsay Council, who I promised to get out here earlier tonight, and you are up in the agenda, but I apologize. Anyway,
Quite all right.
Good
Thank
to see you, sir.
Council President
Thank
Levesque.
you.
Lindsay Council, Chairman of the Community Preservation Committee. At the September 18th, 2023 Community Preservation Committee meeting, the 7 committee members present voted unanimously to recommend to the Town Council, through the Town Manager, the Historic Society of Santuit and Cotuit's request for $1,825 in community preservation historic preservation funds for the restoration and preservation of the historic artifact known as the German POW bottle. The total restoration project cost is $2,375, with $550 privately donated. With us tonight is Cindy Nickerson of the Historic Society to give a brief PowerPoint.
Thank you. Thank you, Lindsay.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for your patience.
Absolutely. It's been a very interesting evening.
It's only going to get more interesting now.
The man in the slide is Marston's Mills landscaper Shane Adams. And back in January, he was doing some work out on Point Isabella, about 20 feet above Cotuit Harbor. And he saw the bottom of a bottle coming out of the soil. And so he dug around and he pulled it out, and it was a wine bottle, and it had a message in it, to his astonishment. And from the printing that he could see on it, without even taking out of the bottle, he could see that the visible words were prisoner of war, the German abbreviation for October, 1944 in Camp Edwards, along with 3 German names. And being something of an amateur historian, he knew that Point Isabella had been the site of Camp Can Do It during World War II, which was associated with Camp Edwards. And he also knew that German POWs were held out at Camp Edwards during that time. So he figured he had something of historical value, and he brought it over to Katuitt Historical Society. He also notified the Cape Cod Times, and it resulted in a story, and then soon additional stories in the Boston Globe and on WBZ TV News in Boston. So at that point, we recognized that it was not only historically significant, but that it was an artifact that could really engage the public's interest in Katuitt's history. So in early April, I took the bottle up to the Northeast Document Conservation Center in Andover. They succeeded in getting the message out of the bottle, and they identified the larger paper fragments inside as part of a Quaker Rice Flakes cereal box. And they could see then clearly the three names printed on the reverse side as Lothar Gerner, Andreas Walney, and Johann Huppertz. So what they recommended to us was as conservation. You can see in this on the left how curled up the papers were even after they were extracted from the bottle. And their conservation treatment included cleaning the papers, stabilizing them, and then flattening them. And in the first after picture, you can see the cereal side of the paper, and then in the other one, you can see the printing on that side. The two on the smaller cereal box fragments, you have two of the German POWs' names and home addresses in Germany. The three little rectangular pieces at the top, the third POW's name and address are on that, and I think the two other little pieces of paper were always blank. Let's see. We plan to display these fragments under UV filtering glass as part of a permanent display on Camp Can Do It at the Katuitt Historical Society. So, but of course, part of the whole mystique of the thing is the message in the bottle. So the NEDCC recommended creating facsimiles of the cereal box in pieces of paper. They're two-sided photographic reproductions, and so they made those, and then they rolled them up again and reinserted them into the bottle, so that as part of our display, we can show what the bottle originally looked like when Mr. Adams found it. Our best assumption is that the POWs were out at Point Isabella. This was October 1944. There had been a huge hurricane in mid-September of that year, and they were probably there helping to clear away the fallen trees. And they must have just decided to make a time capsule of sorts. The NEDCC is part of their charge, is also going to provide a storage box with a cradle for the bottle in it for safe transportation and storage. And that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if I'm the only one humming "Message in a Bottle" by the Police, but if I'm not, anyway, this is a public hearing. Does anybody in the public like to speak?
Yes, I do. Who's doing the slides? Could you go back to the slide that says before and after? Yeah. Do you notice something funny about after and after?
And what? Tell me.
The one on the left should be before. You have two afters and no before.
Oh, the one way on the left is a before.
No, the middle one.
They're both after, because one is one side, which shows the outside of the cereal box, and then the other after shows the printing that the POWs did on
Oh,
that
I see,
side.
the flip sides.
Mhm.
Okay. So
Okay.
where are they? Could you have?
Oh, well, they're still in Andover. At the Northeast document.
Can we just, I'm
conservation.
sorry, just for time, could we move on? It's after 11.
One quick one. Economic development, let's make facsimiles and start a thing and drink the wine.
Would anybody else in the public like to speak on this item? Would anybody like to participate remotely?
There is no one for this item.
Thank you. I'd like to close the public hearing, open up to council discussion. Looking to my left, looking to my right, not seeing any. Move to a roll. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilor Schnapp, please. I didn't see your hand.
I think this is a lovely project. I just had a question for staff. Do we ever have any requirements on when using CPC funds, access to the public to the things that we are supporting?
I don't know if it's a staff question, but I bet Lindsay Council could answer it
Okay.
as far as CPC.
For this particular project, part of the public display was discussed, and that was really one of the real reasons to share this. And the fact that they were able to create the before and after, I think, is fabulous. So, and we do require all public, every project that we use has a component, whether it's open space, historic preservation. We require that they have a.
If there's an admission cost to the exhibit, though, is that an issue? I'm just asking as a general thing with the use of CPC money.
If there's a small admission cost to a museum where we preserve things, we've done it for Centerville Museum, Barnstable Historic, so we don't.
So that's fine.
They need our
Thank you.
funds to operate.
Actually, we don't have an admission charge. We never have.
That problem. Thank you.
Any other further questions? And if we can move to a vote, please, Assistant Town Clerk Janet Murphy.
You did.
Councilors Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Cusack,
Yes.
Rapcorsetti, Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Steinhilber.
Yes.
Yes. Passes.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I forgot one.
Oh.
Gentleman sitting beside me, Atlas.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thanks for being with us tonight. Thanks, Lindsay.
Thank you.
Take care. Councilor Schnapp, please, item number 2024-062.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an item of new business that may be acted upon by a majority vote. Item number 2024-062, resolve ratifying the town manager's reappointments and appointments to the local comprehensive planning committee, as written.
We have first and second. We have Director of Planning and Development, Elizabeth Jenkins, for the rationale, please.
Thank you, President Levesque. In the absence of Town Manager Els, I will provide the rationale. Although I will note that local comprehensive planning committee members are appointed by the town manager and ratified by the council. As the council and our public is aware, the purpose of our local comprehensive planning committee is to better facilitate and communicate the local comprehensive planning process and to engage the community in the planning effort. The local comprehensive planning committee is charged with steering a process intended to unify Barnstable's villages around a publicly developed, consensus-based comprehensive plan for future growth, development, and resource protection. And again, our community at the beginning of this process chose to specially designate a local comprehensive planning committee, first formed in January of 2022. And again, with members appointed by the town manager, ratified by the town council. The local comprehensive planning committee has now completed what we're referring to as phase one of their plan. And as they reached the conclusion of that plan, the town manager asked the committee for feedback relative to the composition of the committee and the need for potential appointments moving into phase two. I believe there were originally 17 members appointed, but as the process continued for various reasons, there was some attrition, and there are now currently 12 members that sit on the LCPC. So feedback was sought from the committee relative to the committee members who were there, who wanted to continue. One of the things that they expressed is that they did want to see the opportunity for more diversity on the committee. Not necessarily more members. 12 members is still a fairly large committee to come up with a broad consensus-based plan, but there was a significant discussion and a desire expressed by the committee members to bring new voices and more diverse voices representative of, typically underrepresented voices in the community into the process. So the town manager, together with Councilor Schnepp as chair of the appointments committee, and additionally Councilor Mendez, steered a process to call for additional applications. Out of the list of candidates, there were 3 appointees who were brought forward by this group. Those appointees are Alicia Chase from Marston's Mills, Katia De Kahuna of Hyannish, and Asia Graves of Barnstable. In addition, the manager seeks to reappoint 11 of the sitting local comprehensive planning committee members. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Jenkins. And are there any questions from the council? Councilor Clark, please.
Thank you very much, President Levesque. Regarding the reappointments, why did the town manager find that necessary?
It was written in the original enabling document that we would review appointments at phase 2, and noted there was a note that members would be essentially evaluated and reappointed at phase 2. So that was in keeping with the original memorandum to the council written by the manager, stating that there would be reappointments at the phase 2 mark.
Okay, thank you. A follow-up, if you don't mind?
Yeah, absolutely.
And were any of these 3 candidates on the list that was originally developed as like the advisory group?
The advisory group, they were not. These were all folks who were new to the process.
And does the advisory group meet, or do they participate?
Yeah, I mean, so the advisory group, which consists of individuals who originally applied, took the time to apply for the local comprehensive planning committee and showed that interest. We have communicated with them through our newsletter about all of the meetings. We've asked for their assistance to help us spread the word when we've done surveys. Many of them have attended our broader community events and brought others into that process. So we really see them as, we've been engaging them as multipliers, sort of in terms of helping get other people engaged and follow the process.
Thank you, Councilor Clark. Any other questions? Councilor Lucky, please.
Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth. I've attended, I think, all of the meetings. People would be surprised I don't talk much at them. I just observe because I find it fascinating to watch the process. You'd said we had 17. Now we're at 14. Are we going to stay at 14, or is this going to be an ongoing process? Because I do notice that Felicia Penn's name has been removed, I would assume because she's been elected to the town council, but she has been leading the effort. And I know all 3 of these ladies. Alyssa Chase was my first grade teacher for my twin girls, and I know the other 2 women. So whatever process you use, it was very good. You've really picked some top-notch folks. But the leadership piece, which I would categorize under your other of subject matter expertise, is that something that you're now going to talk to the committee about and and think about if you want to use this process again to raise the number? I'm just curious going forward, because we have had some jostling, and now you've got 3 new, but you lost a leader.
Absolutely, and we have been, we've tried to be very clear with our committee members who are being reappointed, as well as our new members, regarding the, I think, expectation of service that comes along with this committee. I mean, we expect to be at this at least for another year, 2 years and a half. These folks have been incredibly committed, and now as we start to roll up our sleeves, we hope that they continue to be engaged. I don't want to speak for Town Manager Els, but I know he would be very open to continued feedback from the committee relative to membership. I mean, that is how we got here. So I think certainly willing to be open and listen to that committee relative to what they need. Relative to subject matter expertise, I think, as we go into phase 2, we're being very thoughtful, I think, to bring in sort of outside experts from our community in order to, as well as our own staff, in order to engage in some of the more technical discussions. So we've been engaging with the committee as well in terms of recommendations on those individuals.
Just one more follow-up with what Chris Clark had said. Are these new people that you came in, that you picked the 3 ladies from, will these people be added to the advisory committee? That'll be a continuing pool? Is this now?
No, so they will be full local comprehensive planning committee members.
No, the ones you did not select. You had a group to select from, and the previous ones that were not selected, they made up the advisory committee. And the new group that you picked the 3 from, the ones you didn't pick, are those also considered advisory committee, or?
We will certainly now, they are certainly on our radar, and we will continue to communicate with them in the enhanced manner that we have the advisory committee.
Any other questions for Director Jenkins? Okay, not seeing any. Council, if you could signify your approval by raising your hand and saying aye. I believe that's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for all those who are possibly listening, and thank you for all those who are serving on this community engagement team of the Local Comprehensive Plan Committee. So thank you for your service. Next item of new business. Councilor Atzelis, please, could you read item number 2024-063?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. This is an item of new business. Item number 2024-063, transfer order in the amount of $20,000 for the Public Works Department operating expenses budget. May be acted upon by a majority vote.
Second.
First and a second, and Director Dan Santos from DPW. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. President, councilors. Dan Santos, Director of Public Works. Just want to first say, for those of you leaving service after this meeting, I've enjoyed working with you all for the number of years that either you've been here or I've been here. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Due to the vacancies in salaried positions throughout the fiscal year in the Department of Public Works, the department currently has unencumbered salary funds. We propose to utilize a portion of the projected savings to fund hydrogeological work related to PFAS contamination in groundwater and surface water that is impacting town water supply resources and drinking water wells. This request, if approved, will reduce the estimated amount of unexpended fiscal year 2024 appropriations from salaries that would normally be returned to the general fund at the close of the fiscal year and become part of the town's free cash. Thank you.
Thank you for the rationale and council discussion. Anybody to my left want to talk? Anybody to my right? Councilor Lutke, please.
Yeah, just curious, Dan, because I remember earlier we had some funds for that forensic testing over by the Mara Wells. Is this anything specific attached to this? Is that a continuance of that?
It's a continuance of that, as well as just general expertise as we work with both the airport and the county on their particular contamination sites. So it's just us having expertise in-house to assist with reviewing documents and going to meetings. And
Okay, and I just hope that that continues to be out in the public, because there's a lot of public interest in the contamination, both at the airport and, of course, at the fire training facility.
We've applied for a grant from DEP, which I'm hoping to hear back on soon, which would allow some additional funds to do additional public outreach, so.
That would be
I agree with you,
fantastic.
yeah.
As I say, a lot of people are continuing to ask me about that. So
Understood.
thank you, Dan.
Yeah.
Any other council discussion? Okay. Council, if you could signify your approval for this item by raising your hand and saying aye. Aye. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Moving on to our next item, Councilor Shaughnessy, please. Item number 2024-064.
Thank you, President Levesque. This is new business and may be acted upon by majority vote. Item number 2024-064, authorization to expend a fiscal year 2023 grant in the amount of $13,600 from the Massachusetts Executive Office of Elder Affairs to support digital literacy efforts of the Barnstable Adult Community Center, as read.
Second.
First and a second, and we have Director of Community Services with us, Chris Cannella, for the rationale, please.
Yes, good evening, President-elect, Town Council. This was a statewide competitive grant process that concluded with 24 awardees throughout the state. The Barnstable Council on Aging was awarded a grant in the amount of $13,600. $6,700 of this grant will fund the purchase of 12 laptops and a mobile charging card. $6,900 of this grant will pay for a professional instructor from Older Adults Technology Services to administer instruction for 6 sessions, which include 5 weeks of training, 2 days per week, an hour and a half per class. Classes are scheduled to begin this January and run through December of 2024. Upon completion of these sessions, the Barnstable Adult Community Center will utilize the equipment to provide future offerings. We anticipate future programs through intergenerational support, volunteers, and staff members. The flexibility of the laptops and the mobile cart will enable us to create a mobile pop-up station anywhere at the BACC. We are grateful to the Massachusetts Executive Office of Elder Affairs for their generous financial support, and I would also like to recognize and thank Director Kelly Howley from the Barnstable Adult Community Center. Her hard work and her team was enabled us to get this grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Cannella. Any council discussion on this item? Council Clark.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say this is great news, and I like the intergenerational component of this and bring the kids in to teach the elders like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Clark. Council Shaughnessy, please.
I was going to say, even I require intergenerational smartphone help. I'm so excited about this. I was actually just had a quick discussion with Ann Schulte about, the difficulty of seniors, for example, to do things like call an Uber, do a Peapod order. So I think this is great that there'll be some training there and a way to connect with some younger folks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shaughnessy. Any other discussion? Okay, not seeing any. Councilors, please signify your approval for this item by raising your hand and saying aye. That is unanimous. Thank you very much. Appreciate your patience.
Thank you.
Have a great night. Next item, please. Councilor Rapcasetti, item number 2024-065.
This is new business, may be acted upon by majority vote. Item 2024-065, authorization to expend a fiscal year 2024 Safe Routes to School, quote, signs and lines, close quote, grant from the Mass Department of Transportation in the amount of $10,000 for improving pedestrian and bicycle crossing safety on Route 28 near Barnstable Intermediate School, as written.
Second.
First and a second, and welcome back, Director Santos, with the rationale.
Thank you. The town was awarded a $10,000 Safe Routes to School Signs and Lines grant from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The purpose of this grant is to improve pedestrian bicycle crossing safety on Route 28 near Barnstable Intermediate School. While Route 28 is a state highway, the town is responsible for the school zone signs and markings. Pedestrian and bicycle crossings in this area are often difficult and risky due to heavy traffic volumes and high speeds. There's significant crossing demand due to extensive residential areas on the north side of Route 28 and destinations on the south side of Route 28, which include the Barnstable Intermediate School, Barnstable High School, Barnstable Adult Community Center, and the Route 28 shared use path. With the recent developments of a new apartment complex at 850 Falmouth Road, there's been significant increase in pedestrian crossing demand at this location as the existing the existing crosswalk several hundred feet to the west is apparently not convenient for many individuals. This grant does not require a local match. However, the grant is capped at $10,000. Any other expenditures will be the town's responsibility. We do anticipate the project scope will include marking a high-visibility crosswalk with yield lines and installing school or pedestrian crossing signs on rectangular rapid-flashing beacon assemblies, along with advanced warning signs, and possibly an in-street school or pedestrian crossing sign. Therefore, we do expect the town's fiscal impact to be in the $50,000 to $100,000 range, likely funded through the town's Chapter 90 allotment. DPW has applied for a Safe Routes to School infrastructure grant for this location as well, and if awarded, it could possibly cover the fiscal impact while also increasing the project scope to include sidewalks, curb ramps, and other improvements. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Santos. Any questions on this item from the council? Council Steinhuber, please.
Just since we're talking about that crossing, suggestion, I think we've talked about this before, but the flashing light there for the crosswalk usually gets turned on when BIS dismisses, but it really should be turned on when the high school dismisses, because you got a ton of kids walking from the high school that cross that. So I would suggest we start turning that on at 2 o'clock instead of 3 o'clock.
Sure, makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Council Steinhuber. Any other comments, questions about this item? Okay, not seeing any. Council, please, if you could, signify approval for this item by raising your hand and saying aye. That is unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council Cusack, if you could, please, item number 2024-066.
My pleasure, Mr. President. This is new business that can be acted upon with a majority vote. Item 2024-066, a resolve approving an amendment to an existing conservation restriction held by the Massachusetts Department of Fish and Game upon land owned jointly by the towns of Mashpee and Barnstable, so that the conservation restriction will cover an additional 15.24 plus or minus acres of land following the town's purchase of a half interest in the 15.24 plus or minus acres from the town of Mashpee.
Second.
The first and the second, and we have Attorney Kate Conley for the rationale, please.
Good evening, Mr. President, town councilors, Kate Connolly, Assistant Town Attorney. This is a project with a significant history, and I can tell you what I've been involved with in the 3.5 years since I've been with the town. Lindsay Council is very familiar with the history of it, so he'll also be able to answer any questions. The background of this is that in June of 2002, the towns of Barnstable and Mashpee each took an undivided 1/2 interest in 293 more or less acres of property, now part of the Santuit Pond Preserve and located in both Mashpee and Barnstable, and negotiated a conservation restriction, which was taken immediately thereafter upon the 293 more or less acre property by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, acting by and through its Department of Fish and Game, which at that time paid to the towns a portion of the purchase price for the entire property. In addition to that 293 acres more or less, both towns sought to jointly acquire and protect under the same conservation restriction, which was held by DFG, an adjacent 15.24 more or less acres of land, which is a portion of the land known as the Mills property owned by the Mills family. That was located entirely within the town of Mashpee. But this 15.24 acre parcel, more or less, was not acquired at the time due to title issues that have since been resolved. The Community Preservation Committee voted back in July of 2007 to recommend that the town support the funding request of $150,000 made by the town of Mashpee to co-purchase the 15.24 acres, more or less. And then in October of 2007, the then town council voted to authorize the town's acquisition of an interest in the 15.24 acres, more or less, and appropriated the $150,000 to fund that purchase, and those funds have remained in a CPC open space fund while the parties drafted an agreement to amend, lots of documents involved here, the existing DFG held conservation restriction to include the additional 15.24 more or less acres. And the town of Mashpee addressed the property's title issues. Then in 2010, after the above referenced title issues were resolved, the town of Mashpee purchased the 15.24 acre Mills property with the intent of conveying a 1/2 interest to the town of Barnstable in consideration of the above referenced $150,000, which the council already voted, and protecting the 15.24 acres under the same CR that was taken in 2002 by DFG upon the 293 acres pursuant to Chapter 149 of the Acts of 2013. The Massachusetts legislature authorized the town of Mashpee to convey an interest in the 15.24 acres to the town of Barnstable, subject to the town of Barnstable's contribution toward the purchase price as agreed upon between the towns, provided that the interest in the property is held by the town solely for open space, conservation, and passive recreation purposes. And it also authorized DFG to obtain a CR over that additional 15.24 acres consistent with the original CR taken in 2002 for the first 293 acres. In August of this year, the Community Preservation Committee met and ratified its previous vote and voted to recommend to the Town Council that the CR be amended to add the 15.24 more or less acres to the CR. And the analysis background is that the Barnstable Town Council previously appropriated the above referenced $150,000, which remains in a dedicated fund. It's been sitting there waiting, and authorized the co-purchase of the 15.24 acre portion of the so-called Mills property in the town of Mashpee. This parcel was part of the original proposal for the purchase of the Cape Club Golf Course property, now called the Santuit Pond Preserve, but it was removed from the larger 293 acres, as mentioned, because of title issues at the time. Following completion of extensive title work and clearing of those title issues, and the need to secure legislative approval under Article 97 so that the town of Mashpee could convey the half interest to the town of Barnstable. The towns are finally ready for this step of the transaction to convey the half interest to the town under the 2007 Town Council authorization and to add this 15 plus acreage to the CR, provided the CR amendment is approved by the Town Council under this request. If the Town Council approves the amendment to the CR, the town will acquire its half interest in the 15.24 acres, and the property will be placed under the amended CR. The property will then be jointly owned and managed by the towns as part of the larger Santuit Pond Preserve. This land is important to Barnstable in that it continues our partnership with the town of Mashpee with protecting important open space. The land includes important high-priority wildlife habitat and a wildlife corridor, according to a 2003 study. The land also provides linkages to existing trails and hiking areas. Preservation of these parcels will also protect a Zone 2 water supply recharge area. The care and maintenance of this land is important to Barnstable residents in the Hollow Road, Santuit, Newtown Road area, so that management of unauthorized off-road vehicles and illegal dumping can be more effectively addressed by Barnstable resources, as this land abuts the town's existing holdings. In fact, historically, lands east of the Santuit Pond and Santuit River were once part of the town of Barnstable, as those water bodies formed a natural boundary. When Mashpee was incorporated, the town line was changed, and it fell along parcel boundaries that had been established at the time. The town of Mashpee has informed us that it will vote to add the additional 15.24 acres to the CR, and the town council is hereby being asked to approve the same. As for the fiscal impact, the funds to complete this transaction in the amount of $150,000, as mentioned, were already appropriated in 2008 and are, 2007 under Order 2008-022, and are provided from the set aside for open space within the Community Preservation Fund. Thank you. Any questions?
So, any council discussion? Looking to my left.
And Lindsay has provided pictures if anyone wants to look at them. You can pass them around.
Any council discussion to my right? Yeah. I think we got the facts. So that being said, council, if you could please signify your approval by raising your hand and saying aye for this item. Aye. That is unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For Lindsay. For Lindsay. Phew. Okay. Moving on to the next item of new business. Councilor Clark, please, if you could, item number 2024-067, and refer to public hearing.
Thank you, President Levesque. This is 067, is that what you're looking for?
Yes, please.
This is new business, refer to a public hearing on December 7, 2023. Agenda item 2024-067, allocation of tax levy fiscal year 24 residential exemption. Resolved that the Town Council hereby votes to adopt a residential exemption of 20%, numbered 20%, for fiscal year 2024.
Second.
We got a first and a second. Again, referring to a public hearing. Council, if you could please signify your approval of this item by raising your hand and saying aye. Aye. Thank you very much. Councilor Neary, please. Item number 2024-068.
My pleasure, Mr. President. This is new business to be referred to a public hearing on December 7th, 2023. It's item number 2024-068, allocation of tax levy fiscal year 2024 and the tax factor as it's written.
First and a second, again, referring to a public hearing. Council, if you could please help me with this item by raising your hand and signify your approval by saying aye. Aye. That is approved. Councilor Lucky, please. Item number 2024-069.
Thank you. This is a new business. It may be acted upon. It's a majority vote. 2024-069, authorization to expend a fiscal year 2024 Cultural District grant in the amount of $15,000 from the Massachusetts Cultural Council's Cultural District Grant Program for the Barnstable Village Cultural District.
First and a second, Director Jenkins for the rationale, please.
Thank you, President Levesque. The town of Barnstable has been awarded a grant from the Massachusetts Cultural Council's Cultural District Investment Grant in the amount of $15,000 to the Barnstable Village Cultural District. Grant funds will support programming and marketing efforts in the cultural district and support the goals of the state cultural district initiative, which include leveraging the district's heritage, supporting the creative economy, and increasing year-round visitation. I want to extend my thanks to Arts and Culture Coordinator Melissa Chartrand and Roberta Miller, Executive Director of the Cape Cod Arts, the CCAC. Thank you. Can't remember what it says. It's late.
You get a pass.
Thank you.
So with that, thank you for the rationale. And you've got to read and be responsible for a lot of grant money that's coming into this town, so we appreciate your efforts.
Thank you.
So with that, Council, do you have any discussion, any items, questions in regards to this item? Councilor Clark, please. We're already there. Any questions on this side? Okay, Council, if you could please signify your approval for this item by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Councilor Steinhilber, please, if you could do the next item, 2024-070.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is item 2024-070, authorization to expend a fiscal year 2024 Cultural District grant in the amount of $15,000 from the Massachusetts Cultural Council's Cultural District Grant Program for the Hyannis Ayers Cultural District as written.
Second.
We have first and a second, and we, again, Director Jenkins for the rationale.
Thank you, sir. Same grant program as previously stated, this time the award going to our second state-designated cultural district, the Hyannis High Arts Cultural District. Again, will be used for projects and programming within the district that will create active and engaging moments in the heart of the district, supporting programs that will engage the public as well as artists and work towards increasing year-round visitation. Thanks again to Melissa Chartrand as well as our grants coordinator, Alice Marcus Creek.
Thank you. And thank you, Alice. And thank you, Melissa, for your efforts. That being said, any counselor comment, question? Okay, if you could signify your approval by raising your hand and saying aye for this item. Aye. So that is the final item, but we have one more piece of information to share, and that is going back to the town manager performance review. And so the numbers are in, and grand total out of 5 was a 4.9 for town manager Mark Ells. So yeah, so I think that's 4.9. He's slacking. So so that being said, any council comment in regards to that? Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. All councilors in favor, please raise your hand and signify approval by saying aye. Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you again, councilors. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. We'll see you in December.